Hey guys, tonight we begin with something soft, sour, and slightly absurd. You've woken up inside a Roman villa in the year 112 CE, and your stomach is already in revolt. Not from disease or famine, but from the six-course dinner you inhaled last night while reclining sideways in a toga that hasn't been washed since Trajan's last birthday. You don't feel well, and you shouldn't, because what you ate was never meant for humans, or at least not that many of them in one sitting. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you're at it, drop your current location and local time in the comments. I always love seeing where and when you're tuning in from. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. There were honey-glazed dormice, deep-fried flamingo tongues, fermented fish sauce with fermented more fish sauce on top, and something the cook insisted was a vegetable. You're skeptical. It crunched like a beetle and smelled like ambition. Still, you ate it because everyone else was eating, and you didn't want to be that guest. You burped in iambic pentameter, waved at your host, and immediately regretted everything about your existence. Now, as the sunlight slinks in through an expensive silk curtain, your body lies in bloated rebellion. You are full, Roman full, which is not the same as, oh, I had a bit too much full. Roman full is a spiritual state. It's the level of discomfort where you question your life choices, your gods, and your will to survive the morning. And that, dear listener, is exactly where your diet begins. You are not obese, yet, but you are puffed, puffy, prosperous looking. And that's a problem in a society where leisure and gluttony are normal, unless you let it show. So, naturally, the solution isn't moderation, it's panic. You glance at the bronze mirror beside your sleeping couch. It shows a face that could launch 1,000 amphorae. But right now, it mostly screams salt retention. You remember something your physician/philosopher muttered last week about balancing your humors and how bile can build up if you enjoy too much goose liver. You'll do better today. You swear. You'll skip second breakfast. Maybe go light on the fig-stuffed eel. You'll only drink 5 goblets of diluted wine instead of 7. But first, you must survive standing up. Getting out of bed is its own Olympic sport. You're tangled in a sheet stiffened with olive oil residue and last week's grape pulp. The floor is cold mosaic tile. Beautiful, but brutally unforgiving. You wobble upright like a toga-wrapped duck and shuffle toward the latrine with the elegance of a wounded centurion. Along the way, you pass your slave. He's holding your sandals and not making eye contact. Smart man. He's also mentally noting your bloat, your complexion, and the way your belt is now on its loosest notch. His job isn't just to serve you, it's to track your visible failure to live up to aesthetic ideals sculpted by dead Greeks. This, of course, is only the beginning. Your day will be a fever dream of attempted restraint, medical guesswork, bodily discomfort, and social comparison. Because Roman dieting isn't about health, it's about reputation. And the only thing worse than being fat is being obviously fat. Subtle chins may pass, but if your tunic tent pulls out like a sail, oh no, scandal. And yet, here's the irony. No one expects you to be healthy. No one even has a concept of calories. That's not invented yet. What they have are Galenic theories about bile, phlegm, and whether your spleen is feeling moist, which is a fun way of saying you're going to suffer today because the cure is always worse than the condition. You sigh, suck in your gut, and prepare for another day of ancient nutritional warfare. So, welcome to your Roman weight loss journey. It's humiliating. It's pseudo-scientific. It's weirdly fish-scented. And spoiler alert, it doesn't work. Leave a comment if you've ever woken up after a feast and questioned your bloodline. Or just drop a like if you think ancient lettuce deserves a warning label. You make your way to the dining area, stomach still heavy, head fogged with what can only be described as post-peacock lethargy. Breakfast in ancient Rome is not what you'd hope for. There's no comforting smell of coffee, no clatter of eggs frying, no toast gently blackening in a machine that sort of hates you. No. Roman breakfast, ientaculum, as it's formally known, is humble, modest, utterly underwhelming. On the table, a few chunks of stale bread, cracked olives, and a jug of sour wine diluted with water you definitely shouldn't trust. Maybe a smear of honey if you're lucky. If you're unlucky, you get garlic water. No one knows why. It's just there. You stare at the food and feel your stomach twitch in protest. You haven't digested dinner. That leg of roasted partridge is still emotionally present. But skipping breakfast entirely is frowned upon. It's considered lazy. And Romans are very invested in pretending they're not lazy, even while reclining for most meals. So, you nibble, slowly. Each bite of bread flakes into sawdust in your mouth. The wine is warm, thin, and tastes like regret. You briefly consider going back to bed, but your household physician, who studied under another physician who once read Galen by candlelight, is already muttering behind you about your intestinal winds. You're not sure what that means, but it sounds accusatory. Here's the catch. In Rome, food isn't just food. It's a performance. Even your breakfast must project an air of discipline, stoic restraint, moral fiber, not literal fiber. No one's discovered that yet. But the idea that you're a man of moderation, a woman of refinement, someone who can sip vinegar water with dignity. Because, you see, virtue is visible. And visible virtue makes you employable, marryable, survivable. Breakfast is also political. A senator might eat a fig and make sure everyone sees him do it. Look at me, citizens. I eat like Cato the Elder. He, meanwhile, back home, he's hoarding honey-roasted quail under his couch like a squirrel on a deadline. The hypocrisy is half the culture. But for you, this morning, there's an internal battle raging. You want to eat more, to soften the post-party crash with something comforting. But you need to pretend you're starting a cleanse, because your friend Tiberius just started one, and he's already 3 pounds down and 4 compliments up. You spread a little olive oil on the bread. It helps. Sort of. You chew slowly, partly to look thoughtful, partly because your jaw still hurts from last night's hard cheese platter that doubled as a jaw training device. It's amazing anyone still has teeth, probably why Romans preferred mushy stews or drowning things in garum, their beloved fermented fish sauce, which, spoiler alert, is going to haunt your intestines for hours. There's no talk of carbs, no glycemic index, no clean eating. What there is theory. Dietary choices are ruled by the 4 humors: blood, yellow bile, black bile, and phlegm. Every food has a temperature and moisture level. Pears are cold and moist. Lamb is warm and dry. Bread crust is considered emotionally neutral. Everything you eat is meant to rebalance your humors, which are always, inconveniently, out of balance. It's like astrology meets nutrition, meets vague existential dread. Want to lose weight? Eat more lettuce. Cool and moist. It calms the blood. Feeling sluggish? Raw leeks. Hot and pungent. Should purge the phlegm. You're not entirely sure what phlegm does, but everyone talks about it like it's an unruly roommate who never pays rent. You finish the bread. You feel no better? Your stomach, instead of being grateful, now wants lunch? Early lunch? Like now. You stand, adjust your toga, and try not to belch loudly in front of your steward. That would be barbaric. You save that for the bathhouse, where belching is practically a language. As you shuffle toward the courtyard, your friend Marcus passes by, already dressed for the gymnasium. He looks smug. He waves a date at you, bites it, and says something about digestion. You don't hear it. You're too distracted by his unnaturally flat stomach. He says he's been fasting, but you saw him last night with 3 bowls of oysters and a plate of candied lotus. It's all for show. It's always for show. And deep down, you know the truth. Roman dieting is not about health. It's about status. It's about proving you can control what others cannot. You may not be able to vote, own land, or escape a bad marriage. But if you can say no to a honey-cooked dormouse, you are winning. So you breathe in, puff your chest out, and declare to no one in particular, I feel quite satisfied. No need for more food. Even as your stomach lets out a threatening gurgle in protest, leave a comment if you've ever faked fullness to look impressive, or drop a like if stale bread has ever personally attacked your spirit. You've made it through breakfast, though made it through might be generous. You're still digesting last night's banquet, like a basilisk in a blanket, but that doesn't mean the day slows down. No. Next comes your real test, the mid-morning light snack with your wealthiest acquaintances, otherwise known as a second meal, masquerading as polite conversation. The Romans have a trick, a social loophole, a workaround for the physical limitations of the human stomach. They call it the vomitorium. Now let's clear this up. Contrary to popular myth, a vomitorium is not a dedicated room for purging. It's actually just the name for an exit hallway in amphitheaters. But let's be honest, while the architecture may be innocent, the practice is not. Because what you and your dinner guests actually do, behind silk screens and privacy fig trees, is vomit. With intention, with practice, with surprising elegance. You lean over a marble basin, clutch your sides, and try not to splash your sandals. The wine and oyster stew comes back up like a tragic tide. A slave hands you a soft cloth dipped in rose water. You dab. You smile. You are ready to eat again, because that's the point. You don't vomit because you're sick. You vomit so you can keep feasting. It's Roman recycling, less a disorder, more a lifestyle. Your body is a loop. Food goes in, praise goes up, food comes out, and the cycle repeats, all in the name of hospitality, indulgence, and status. Your dining companions think nothing of it. They've all done the same. Gaius to your left just cleared out his upper tract and is now raving about a new recipe for flamingo liver pate. Lucia, across the table, wipes a tear from her eye, claims it's the herbs, but you both know it's the reflux. Everyone's pretending this is normal, because it is, for the rich. Meanwhile, physicians whisper warnings about overheating the liver and loosening the brain, but they're mostly ignored. If you can afford to vomit and still have a feast waiting, you're doing fine. And don't think this was some secret practice. Oh no. The Romans talked about it. Seneca, that old grump of a Stoic, wrote letters complaining about the elite who spent mornings stuffing themselves and afternoons purging it all just to reset the menu. He was horrified, which, honestly, makes it even funnier. Imagine being so rich, so bored, that vomiting became a respectable pastime. But here's the real tragedy. It doesn't work. Not in the long term. Vomiting doesn't erase the calories or the consequences. And your stomach, bless its exhausted folds, begins to rebel over time. The acids wear down your teeth. Your throat burns. You start waking up not with hunger, but with trembling. Still, you do it because everyone around you does it. And not doing it is worse. It's a sign you can't keep up. You leave the room with your head held high, face pale, but expression composed. You've passed the first hurdle of the day, purging like a Roman, smiling like a senator, and somehow still craving cake. You head toward the atrium, where a servant fans you gently with peacock feathers soaked in lavender oil. This is supposed to relax you. It doesn't. Your stomach makes a gurgle that sounds like an ancient curse. Your friend Septimus appears. He's glowing. He's found a new diet, he says, one based on figs, sea salt, and strict denial. He's dropped 3 libri in 5 days and swears his bile is the color of triumph. You nod politely. Later, you'll find out he's been sneaking roast boar under his bed sheets, but that's tomorrow's hypocrisy. The worst part? You believe it'll work this time. That this diet, this purge, this punishment will finally fix you. But here's the truth. No Roman wants to say aloud. The goalposts move. Always. Because dieting in Rome isn't about balance. It's about power. It's about showing you can suffer more beautifully than everyone else. And in a culture obsessed with grandeur and control, nothing says control like eating 10 flamingos, vomiting in silence, and pretending you're better for it. So you take a breath, straighten your toga, and follow the scent of spiced lentils back toward the kitchen. You're not hungry, but hunger has nothing to do with it. Leave a comment if you've ever convinced yourself a cleanse would fix your life. Or drop a like if you think recreational vomiting should have stayed in the Colosseum. The late morning sun glints off your sandals as you wobble across the garden, trying to forget that you just unate an entire songbird and half a honey cake. But your next dietary ritual awaits, and it smells green. You sit beneath a fig tree with a bowl of what looks like soggy leaves in front of you. Lactuca sativa, lettuce, soft, limp, and suspiciously warm. Welcome to the Roman detox. You chew, slowly, very slowly. It tastes like wet scrolls and disappointment. But you've been told this will cleanse you, balance your humors, and calm your digestion. More importantly, it'll signal to onlookers that you're taking your wellness seriously, which, in ancient Rome, is the only real reason to do anything. According to the ever-inventive Roman physician class, lettuce is cool and moist, perfect for purging excess heat and restoring inner order after a long night of roasted dormice and subtle despair. Never mind that it does absolutely nothing but make your mouth feel like it's been to therapy. This is not about science. This is about symbolic control. You pair it with leeks, raw, because cooked vegetables are for children and cowards. The leeks hit your palate like regret wrapped in garlic. Your eyes water slightly, but you don't flinch. Because raw leeks aren't just food, they're a statement. They say, I hate myself, but with purpose. And here's the ironic bit. Romans were obsessed with digestion. They didn't understand it, but they thought about it constantly. Every burp was a diagnostic tool. Every gurgle a warning from the gods. They even had entire texts dedicated to which foods produced the least wind. Because being visibly gassy in a social setting could end your political career. Leeks and lettuce were prescribed for nearly everything. Bloating, insomnia, bad dreams, impure thoughts, excess phlegm. One physician, Scribonius Largus, actually suggested that lettuce could make you less lustful, which explains a lot about your current mood. You nibble, you judge yourself, you dream of sausages. Now, if you were hoping to season this sad salad, you're out of luck. Salt is expensive, and black pepper is imported from India at the price of your niece's dowry. What you get instead is a drizzle of garum, the fermented fish sauce that the Romans put on everything. Yes, even salad. It smells like a dock worker's boot and tastes like anchovy-flavored ambition. But it's a staple, a symbol, a badge of culinary bravery. And don't even think about asking for something sweet. Sugar hasn't arrived yet. It's still hiding in Southeast Asia, living its best life. Your sweet options are limited to honey or fruit that's seen better centuries. So, you chew your fishy lettuce in silence and pretend you don't miss cake. At this point, your stomach is more confused than cleansed. It's had wine, stale bread, air, bile, and now chlorophyll. It wants answers. You give it another leak and hope it shuts up. To distract yourself, you look around. The slaves are sweeping petals off the marble floor again. For the third time this morning, no one needs this many petals. But beauty, like dieting, is performative here. And if your vomit basin isn't framed by orchids, are you even elite? Your cousin arrives. He's glowing. Again, everyone's glowing today. It's suspicious. He says he's on a new system where he only eats food with one syllable. Figs, grapes, dates. You nod. Later, you'll hear he got food poisoning from fermented barley soup and passed out into a hedge. But for now, he's a beacon of restraint. You take a sip of vinegar water, not because you want to, but because vinegar is supposedly good for weight loss or for cleaning amphorae. No one can quite remember which. And then it hits you. The great Roman lie that these sad vegetables and questionable broths will fix you. That somewhere under all this bile and pretense is a pure, idealized version of you waiting to emerge. One who floats through marble halls with glowing skin and a stress-free colon. But deep down, you know, no amount of raw leeks will erase last night's fourth course. Still, you keep chewing, because stopping is defeat. And Romans do not admit defeat, unless it's politically advantageous or followed by a dramatic speech. You lean back on your bench, sigh through your nose, and prepare yourself for the next stage of your journey. Sweat. Leave a comment if you've ever been tricked into thinking lettuce had flavor, or drop a like if garum sounds like a dare and not a condiment. You've survived the lettuce? Sort of. You can feel it lurking in your chest like a soggy ghost, and your breath smells faintly of fermented anchovy despair. But before your digestion has a chance to do anything productive, you're summoned, not to court, not to a debate, but to sweat, aggressively, romantically, unavoidably. Welcome to the Thermi, Rome's most luxurious, most humid, and least private answer to how can we make being hot feel judgmental. You arrive at the public baths just before midday. The entrance is grand, columns, statues, a fountain where someone's child is currently screaming. You pay a small fee, remove your tunic, hand it to a slave, and join the throng of equally unclothed citizens shuffling into the steam like damp ghosts of ambition. First stop, the tepidarium. It's warm, not scalding. A gentle roast. You sit on a heated stone bench, trying to look serene as your thighs adhere to the surface like undercooked barley cakes. Steam curls upward from a central pool. Everyone is sweating, but no one's allowed to acknowledge it. You are glistening with the pride of someone who's pretending to enjoy themselves. Next, the caldarium. Now it gets serious. The heat punches you in the lungs. The room is thick with vapor and the scent of eucalyptus, lavender, and the undeniable tang of cooked human. This is where you lose weight. You're told, not through effort, but through evaporation. You're melting from the outside in. A friend hands you a sponge. You have no idea what to do with it. You nod like you understand. The goal here is purification. The Romans believed sweating could expel all your toxins, whether physical, spiritual, or social. One philosopher claimed that regular bathing could balance your inner fire. Another claimed it helped suppress dangerous appetites. Though he was later found drunk in the frigidarium chewing on goat jerky. You sit, you drip. Your skin feels like olive oil on a skillet. Now comes the exfoliation. A slave approaches with a strigil, a curved bronze scraper designed to remove sweat, oil, and any remaining dignity. He begins to work it across your back with brisk efficiency, peeling off flakes of dead skin, dirt, and whatever's left of your self-respect. This is not a spa. This is a medieval car wash without the courtesy rinse. You flinch as he reaches your arms. He pauses, then resumes. You're fairly certain he's judging your tricep area. You decide not to ask. Next to you, two senators are debating tax reform while one is having his calves scraped. Another man is gently weeping into a towel. It's not clear if it's emotional or just the steam. Probably both. Once scrubbed to the level of a polished marble statue, you stagger toward the cold plunge, the frigidarium. This is a large stone basin of icy water meant to shock your system back into something resembling function. You dunk, you gasp, you emerge reborn, shivering, breathless, and convinced you've just lost 4 pounds of sin. And the wild part? You probably have. Not fat, of course, but water. Roman sweating isn't about changing your body composition. It's about appearing virtuous, controlled, clean. Sweating means you're committed. Glowing means you've tried. And if your strigil leaves marks, well, that's just character development. Some even believed the baths could fix disease. If your stomach hurt, sweat it out. If you were melancholic, steam away your sadness. If you were overweight, scrape, dunk, repeat. The entire experience is a theatrical ritual of purification, equal parts punishment and pageantry. You sit in the drying area, wrapped in a rough wool towel that feels like being hugged by a sheep with anger issues. You sip lukewarm water from a clay cup, and pretend this has been restorative. A man next to you coughs up something alarming. You decide not to investigate. And while you feel lighter, it's mostly because you're dehydrated and slightly dizzy. Your stomach has settled into a quiet resentment. The lettuce has made friends with the vinegar. Your pores are singing. But here's the strange thing. You do feel cleansed. Not better, exactly. Just empty. As if all the choices you made yesterday have been temporarily erased by heat and humiliation. Of course, this illusion won't last. Your body will remember. It always does. But for now, in this steamy haven of scrubbed ambition and quietly clenching abdominals, you are a clean, lean, Roman dream. Leave a comment if you've ever convinced yourself that sweating counts as personality. Or drop a like if you think the strigil should come with a warning label. You leave the bathhouse raw, steamed, and slightly more aerodynamic. Your skin is glowing, not from health, but from friction. And your sense of dignity is resting in a clay jar somewhere in the tepidarium. But your journey isn't over, not by a long shot. Because now, it's time to oil yourself up and get scraped again. Yes, again. The Roman oiling ritual is less about moisture and more about identity. You see, soap hasn't made its glorious debut yet. So instead of scrubbing with suds, Romans slather themselves in olive oil, then scrape it off. And because you're committed to this chaotic health plan, you're about to do exactly that. You're led to a quiet corner of the courtyard. A slave stands ready with a fresh amphora of oil and an expression that says he's done this 900 times and has emotionally detached. He pours a generous ribbon of lukewarm olive oil along your shoulders. It drips slowly down your chest, your arms, your ego. You are now the consistency of an overripe grape. Then comes the second strigil. This one's sharper. It cuts a clean path through your glistening layer of oil, dragging sweat, skin cells, and shame into a globby paste that's wiped onto a cloth. You want to ask what happens to that cloth. You don't, because the answer might be reused. This whole process was considered hygienic, medicinal, even spiritual. Oil was believed to pull impurities out through the skin. And if that didn't work, at least it made you smell better than the goat pens near the market. Some Romans added crushed herbs, rosemary, mint, sometimes saffron if they were feeling fabulous. You chose lavender. You regret it. Now you smell like an anxious meadow. A philosopher once wrote that a well-oiled body reflects a well-oiled soul. That sounds nice until you remember you're being scraped like a rotisserie chicken by a man who hasn't blinked in 12 minutes. Next, the oil goes in your hair. There's no shampoo, no conditioner, just straight up olive oil massaged into your scalp like a vinaigrette of confusion. You're told this makes the hair shinier. Maybe. It mostly makes it slippery enough to slide off the pillow later. Then they hand you a styrax stick, a kind of aromatic resin, to chew. Why? Breath freshening. Of course, because after all that vomiting, sweating, and leak guzzling, your breath could knock over a senator. The resin is bitter, chewy, and vaguely medicinal. It doesn't work, but at least now your mouth tastes like commitment. And let's talk about those who took this routine seriously. Elite Romans didn't just oil themselves. They had slaves whose sole job was to monitor body maintenance. Imagine having a person whose career revolves around telling you when your elbow creases need buffing. Some patricians even carried personal oil jars with ivory-handled scrapers engraved with their names. Yes, monogrammed hygiene tools, because nothing says self-care like scraping your armpits with something that cost more than a goat. There were even oil thieves, no joke. In the public baths, unscrupulous characters would sneak in and collect the discarded oil and sweat goop from Striggle towels, then sell it. It had a name, strigimentum, a sticky, smelly, wildly unsanitary paste that some folks believed had medicinal powers. Others just used it as a skin ointment. So yes, even Roman body waste had a side hustle. You sit in the sun now, freshly oiled, scraped, and vaguely gleaming like a glazed ham at a banquet. Birds chirp. A breeze rustles the grapevines. You'd feel tranquil if your thighs weren't slipping off the marble bench. A neighbor wanders by, nods at your sheen, and gives a respectful grunt. "Looking well?" he says. You smile. Mission accomplished. Because that's the point of all this. Not health, not hygiene, but impression. You are proving, through scent and slipperiness, that you have time, wealth, and body awareness. You're not just living in Rome. You are winning in Rome. And yet, you don't feel victorious. You feel squishy, overhandled, like a salad that's been massaged too hard. And despite the gallons of sweat, oil, and regret you've shed today, your body hasn't changed. Not really. It's still you, just warmer and vaguely edible. So you rise, careful not to slip, and prepare for the next round in this eternal performance of discipline. The Romans may not have known about metabolism, but they mastered the art of appearing virtuous. And now, so have you. Leave a comment if you've ever been too greasy to sit down with confidence. Or drop a like if you think self-care should involve fewer scrapers. You shuffle back into your villa, trailing the faint scent of rosemary and defeat. Your skin feels like it's been basted for roasting. You are clean. Technically, you are glowing, allegedly. But you are also exhausted, dehydrated, and dangerously close to slipping on your own shin. So naturally, now is the time to consult your doctor. Or rather, your medicus. A man who owns no medical license because those haven't been invented yet, but does own several scrolls, a large bronze spoon, and opinions. His name is Gellius. He's roughly 60, smells like fennel seeds, and believes all diseases come from imbalances of cosmic breath. You sit on a stone bench. He presses your wrist gently, nods, and says something cryptic about warm bile invading your liver. You nod, as if that makes sense. He asks if you've been sleeping well. You admit you've been having dreams about drowning in a vat of sour milk. He hums approvingly. Then the real diagnosis begins. Your humors, he says, are in disarray. Your blood is too excited. Your phlegm lacks discipline. Your black bile is sulking. We must act. He opens a cabinet filled with jars. You can already feel your pancreas start to panic. He prescribes a celery enema. You don't ask questions. You know better. The Romans believed celery was a miracle plant, cooling, calming, vaguely aphrodisiac, depending on the lunar cycle, mixed with vinegar and goat fat. It's supposed to purge your intestines, purify your thoughts, and maybe make your skin tighter. In reality, it just makes you wish for a coma. Next, he gives you a tonic made from boiled dormouse bones and dried rose petals. You're supposed to sip it while walking counterclockwise around your courtyard 3 times. This aligns your stomach with Jupiter. Again, you nod. And then he pulls out a final surprise. a powder made of charred peacock feathers, ground into a fine gray dust. Sprinkle this on your tongue before meals, he says. It curbs gluttony. You do, and immediately feel like you've licked a dusty tapestry. Roman medicine is a curious cocktail of real observation, wild speculation, and confident nonsense. Doctors rely on Galen, the Greek authority on humors, who was revered for centuries, despite being wrong about nearly everything. For instance, Galen believed that the liver produced blood, and that hiccups came from emotional turbulence. Honestly, relatable. And while many Roman physicians had sincere intentions, the truth is that most treatments were aesthetic at best and harmful at worst. Bleeding was popular. So were laxatives made of crushed snails and honey. Cupping was common, although it usually left you looking like you'd been kissed by a very confused octopus. Some wealthier Romans preferred exotic treatments. One noblewoman was known to bathe her feet in fermented goat milk. Another swallowed tiny bits of gold leaf daily to maintain her complexion. Spoiler: it didn't work, but her autopsy must have been breathtaking. And yes, leeches, always leeches, attached to your neck, your thighs, your temples. They were believed to suck out excess spirit. In reality, they mostly sucked out blood and any lingering optimism. You thank Gellius for his wisdom. He hands you a small satchel of detox herbs, which smells suspiciously like dried hay. He tells you to boil it in bronze, not clay. Clay encourages phlegm, apparently. You bow slightly, clutch your satchel, and head for your room. Along the way, your stomach gurgles ominously. Either the celery is kicking in, or Jupiter has a message. And here's the twist. Romans weren't unaware that their medical system was flawed. Satirists and skeptics existed. Martial once wrote that seeing a doctor was more dangerous than a gladiator match. Pliny the Elder grumbled about charlatans selling dried lizard hearts as aphrodisiacs. But still, the system persisted. Because Roman dieting wasn't about science, it was about structure. The need to do something, anything, to maintain control over the body, over shame, over a society where indulgence was constant, but guilt was always lurking. You lie down, clutching your stomach, wondering if your bile has finished rearranging itself. You consider licking more peacock feather dust, but decide to save that joy for tomorrow. Leave a comment if you've ever taken health advice from someone with suspiciously shiny teeth, or drop a like if celery has ever personally wronged you. You awaken from a short, unsatisfying nap, your mouth dry and your insides in open revolt. The celery enema may have worked. Depending on your definition of worked, you've purged something, that's for sure. Possibly your sense of trust in plants. But there's no time to rest. It's now late afternoon, and you're due at a private gathering hosted by a philosopher priest who believes that fasting is the only path to divine clarity. You were invited as an honored guest. You were also strongly discouraged from eating beforehand. So now you're putting on your cleanest tunic, still damp from its last vinegar rinse, and heading toward a courtyard filled with people who look suspiciously smug for people running on 0 calories. The Roman fasting experience is equal parts hunger, performance, and vague transcendence. You sit among marble statues and ivy-wrapped columns as your host begins his speech about bodily discipline. He's rail-thin, glowing with the unsettling fervor of a man who hasn't chewed since last week. His eyes sparkle with self-righteousness and low blood sugar. You nod politely. You try not to think about bread, but it's hard because someone just brought out a tray of fermented fish sauce, also known as garum, to anoint your foreheads in a ritual of purification. You flinch as a drop lands on your brow. It smells like a collapsed harbor in midsummer. Still, you smile. It's part of the process. This form of fasting isn't just for spiritual growth. It's meant to reset your humors, specifically to reduce bile and balance your inner warmth. You wonder if anyone has ever actually felt balanced while hallucinating a conversation with a pomegranate. Your stomach growls loudly. A few heads turn. One older man glares at you as if your digestive tract just questioned his moral character. You consider biting your tongue, literally, for protein. Fasting in Rome was popular among Stoics, mystics, and anyone trying to look holier than their neighbors. Some would go 3 days without solid food, sipping only warm water infused with bay leaves and crushed snails. It was considered noble, cleansing, a mental sharpening tool. In reality, most people secretly broke fast by midnight, devouring dried figs under a blanket of shame and secrecy. You suspect at least 3 of your fellow fasters have date pits hidden in their sleeves. One woman keeps wiping her lips with suspicious frequency. To distract yourself, you admire the architecture. The villa is stunning: white marble, terracotta roof tiles, and a small shrine dedicated to Apollo. You contemplate prayer, not for wisdom, just for snacks. Finally, after hours of discussion on virtue, detachment, and the cleansing power of emptiness, the ritual ends. You're thanked for your restraint and offered a small bowl of Posca, a vinegar-based drink once reserved for soldiers and now repurposed as a chic cleanse. It tastes like sadness and foot. And just when you think it's over, when you're fantasizing about roasted onions and perhaps a cheese-related incident, the host leans in and whispers, "Now, the true fast begins." You blink. What was this then? A pre-fast? He smiles. Tomorrow is a full moon. We eat only air and starlight. You excuse yourself with the kind of grace only hunger can manufacture. As you step outside, the sun is setting over Rome, casting long shadows across the cobblestones. You smell roasted meat from a nearby street vendor and nearly weep. But you keep walking, because breaking a public fast is worse than death. It's social death, and no one recovers from that. This is the secret pain of Roman dieting. The rituals are endless, the goals are vague, and the food, when it finally arrives, is usually drenched in something fermented. You finally arrive home, dizzy, a little righteous, and smelling faintly of old tuna. You sit down, alone, and allow yourself one dried fig. You chew slowly. It is the best thing you've ever tasted. You consider crying. You do not. Leave a comment if you've ever fasted out of guilt and broken it with joy. Or drop a like if fermented fish sauce should be classified as a weapon. You wake the next morning lighter, not spiritually, but because your intestines have finally surrendered everything they once held dear. Your stomach is flat, hollow, and sounding out sea shanties. You should feel victorious. Instead, you feel like a tapestry someone forgot to finish. And what better time, then, to study how emperors dieted? Because if there's one thing more absurd than regular Roman dieting, it's imperial dieting, where the meals are endless, the doctors are terrified, and the rules only apply when they're funny. Take Nero, for example. A man who once tried to lose weight by drinking only water for 3 days while composing tragic poetry. His conclusion? The water diet made him sad. He went back to stuffing himself with truffles and accusing salad of conspiracy. Then there's Commodus, son of Marcus Aurelius. He believed in building muscle and detoxing simultaneously. How? By eating 300 figs a day. Not 3. Not 30. 300. That's enough fiber to end a small civilization. And this wasn't a phase. He believed the figs made him divine. They also probably gave him the kind of gas that clears amphitheaters. And Vitellius. Oh, sweet gluttonous Vitellius. He didn't diet at all. His meal plan involved eating until unconsciousness. One banquet famously featured hundreds of oysters, livers of rare fish, and a sauce made from flamingo brains. When advised to cut back for health, he replied, "I am emperor, not a donkey." Which, sure, now you might think, at least these were rich, powerful men. Surely they had the best physicians? Yes. And those physicians, they were often just as deluded. One famously told Caligula that cabbage could cure madness. Another prescribed warm goat milk and opera singing to soothe indigestion. No one dared say, maybe fewer lobsters. But here's the deeper irony. Even emperors feared appearing too fat. Roman sculpture shows idealized male bodies. Broad shoulders, narrow waists, that classic heroic V shape. In reality, most emperors were soft, sedentary, and more wine than man by mid-reign. So what did they do? They lied. Or rather, their artists did. Busts were commissioned with chiseled jawlines and abs that could dice olives. In person, you got breathless waddling and the scent of last night's peacock curry. And yet, imperial diets mattered. Because whatever the emperor ate, the people copied. When Augustus claimed to live simply, eating barley porridge and goat cheese, suddenly every senator's household had a minimalist menu. Never mind that Augustus also had a private chef trained in fig reduction and dormouse flambe. Sometimes, the emperors made their own diets into moral propaganda. Claudius, for instance, once banned indulgent feasts for public health, then secretly held nightly banquets for 50 close friends. He called them civic strategy dinners. Rome called them the reason we need more figs. But perhaps the most revealing case is Hadrian, who was obsessed with Greek ideals. He dieted like a Spartan, simple food, lots of walking, constant comparison to statues. His letters complain about belly fat and wine cravings. Even as emperor of the known world, Hadrian still feared a double chin. And this is the lesson? In Rome, body image was politics. A slim emperor was a strong emperor. A round emperor was either wise or weak. There was no room for nuance, no acceptance of genetics, only narrative, only illusion. You sit in your villa now, watching a procession of marble busts carried into the garden for a family ceremony, each one more idealized than the last. You stare at a particularly heroic rendering of your great-uncle. In life, he tripped over chairs and sweated through his tunic. In stone, he could lead armies. You think about Commodus and his fig binge. You wonder how far he made it before the noise started. You wonder how much of your own journey is performance. 2. This lettuce, this fasting, this scraped skin and sour wine. And yet, you'll keep going. Because even emperors did. Because everyone is pretending together. Leave a comment if you've ever lied to your reflection after a midnight snack, or drop a like if you think 300 figs should come with a warning label. You've made it through a morning of watery resolve and fig-related flashbacks. You've considered the lives of emperors, their fraudulent busts, their exhausting relationships with figs and ego. But now comes the true battlefield, the Roman public bathhouse. Again, but this time, not for sweating. This time, for judgment. You're headed there not to cleanse, not to scrape, but to be seen. Because in Rome, bathing is a social performance. And unlike your private oil ritual earlier, this one involves hundreds of naked strangers. No pressure. You arrive at the thermae, your body still processing yesterday's celery incident, and hand over your tunic. Again. You're ushered into the warm glow of the apoditerium, the changing room, where tunics, jewelry, and secrets are stored in open niches. No locks, just quiet mutual suspicion. You step into the natatio, the cold pool, and immediately regret it. Your body contracts like a dropped amphora. Around you, other bathers float casually, pretending they're not evaluating each other's posture, belly curve, and body hair. A group of men nearby are whispering. Not about politics, about another man's thighs. One says he's been lifting amphorae in secret. Another says he's been skipping meals. The third insists he saw him eating goat cheese with both hands. Scandalous. This is Rome's true fitness arena, not the gymnasium, not the training fields, but here, where your body becomes gossip. And unlike statues, you can't flex forever. At some point, you have to breathe, and breathing while holding in your stomach is a dangerous game. Women's bathhouses, while separate, are no kinder. Ideal bodies for Roman women are small, pale, soft, but not too soft. Curves are acceptable if they're poetic. A high-status woman might spend hours with her body slave arranging her hair, applying chalky foundation, and wrapping herself in gauze to achieve the perfect silhouette. And when she walks into the bathhouse, she will be scanned, quietly, thoroughly. One mole too many, one sag, one unfortunate tan line, and she becomes dinner conversation. You try to relax in the tepidarium, letting warm water soak your thighs. A man walks past with shoulders like chariot wheels. You look away, then immediately look back. He's glowing. You wonder if it's from fasting, or just very expensive oil. Your own stomach wobbles slightly as you shift. You pull your arms in. You focus on the tiled ceiling. You are very chill. Just a relaxed Roman enjoying a little community fungus. Because yes, the bathhouses were also germ factories. No soap, no chlorine. Just water that cycled through hundreds of bodies a day. The pools were cleaned, occasionally, usually by pouring in more water and praying to Neptune. Yet somehow, contracting ringworm from a public bench was considered less shameful than having a visible belly roll. A physician once tried to warn bathers that excess exposure leads to weakness of the spirit. He was ignored. The real risk wasn't disease. It was comparison fatigue. To cope, some Romans brought accessories. Jewelry that distracted from the hips, hairpieces to elongate the neck, even scent sachets that clung to the armpits like nervous pets, all in service of that impossible goal, looking natural, effortlessly, with a team of 10 slaves and 2 apothecaries. You paddle to the edge of the pool, lift yourself out carefully, water dripping, self-esteem wavering, and walk past a small mirror fixed to the wall. You glance, then wish you hadn't. The mirror is old, bronze, and cruel. You overhear a woman say that fasting is easier if you chew a peppercorn slowly while praying to Minerva. Another man claims his aunt lost weight by standing near smoke. Someone else suggests walking in sandals filled with vinegar. Everyone nods as if these are facts. And just like that, you remember, no one knows what they're doing. Everyone's making it up. Everyone's desperate. Even the most sculpted among them are held together by boiled barley and denial. You dry off, pull on your tunic, and leave the bathhouse a little damp, a little dizzy, and a little more forgiving of your own reflection. At least for today, leave a comment if you've ever judged someone else's body right after crying in a mirror, or drop a like if you think ancient bathhouses were the world's first Instagram filters. It's midday again, and your body is whispering threats. Not in Latin. Your body doesn't bother with that anymore. It speaks in the universal language of grumbling guts and tight belts. You've walked, bathed, fasted, scraped, judged, and been judged. And now it's time for lunch. Or at least what passes for lunch during your new Roman lifestyle of misery wrapped in lettuce. You sit at your small dining table, alone, as befits someone pretending to eat with moderation, and stare at your meal, a bowl of overcooked barley porridge, a sad sliver of goat cheese, and 3 suspicious olives. For flavor, there's a sprig of mint that may or may not be decorative. And that, my friend, is the beginning of constipation. You start with the barley. It's thick, gray, and vaguely paste-like. It tastes like someone once whispered grain into a pot of hot water, but it's filling. It expands inside you like ambition in a young senator, slowly, uncomfortably, and with lasting consequences. Constipation was rampant in ancient Rome, partly because of the diet, heavy on starches, low on actual fiber, and partly because the Romans didn't quite understand hydration beyond wine. Water? That's for peasants and parched goats. You sip wine cut with vinegar, hoping it counts. And yet, no one talks about it. You don't discuss movements at the forum. You suffer in silence, occasionally chewing a dried fig and hoping the gods take pity on your colon. The elite had remedies. Of course, some involved drinking boiled cabbage water. Others involved dried prunes soaked in seawater. One involved sitting on a warm brick while reciting a specific prayer to Mercury. You tried it. It didn't help, but it did scare your dog. One popular solution is alum and honey mixed with crushed carob seeds. It tastes like disappointment and burns on the way down. You finish half a spoonful before deciding your insides will simply have to fend for themselves. Then there's the more invasive route, the Roman laxative suppository, a marvel of ancient medical confidence. Made from a blend of goose fat, pine resin, and possibly bad intentions. Applied with a special bronze device that looks like it belongs in a museum for bad ideas. You've considered it, but not yet. You still have hope. And if things get desperate, there's always mule bile. Yes, mules. Those noble beasts of burden. Occasionally donated their insides to science, or at least to gastrointestinal sabotage. Apothecaries would dry and grind mule bile into a powder, sprinkle it on your barley, wait for nature's fury. You take another bite of porridge. It sits in your mouth like a dare. You chew it 30 times, as recommended by your physician/friend, who once nearly choked on a fig pit. Here's the thing. Romans loved to talk about digestion. Philosophers debated the speed of natural excretion. Poets made jokes about flatulence. Medical scrolls had entire chapters on intestinal laziness. And yet, when it came to solutions, most of them were some variation of boil this and hope. Even Seneca wrote letters complaining about friends who groaned too loudly in the latrine. He advocated for quiet suffering, which seems wildly on brand for a man who lived with his own stomach clenched in moral superiority. You lean back in your chair, clutch your belly, and try to remember why you started this journey. Was it the social pressure? The peacock? The dream of looking like a statue without the comfort of being made from marble? Your stomach gives a warning knock. Just a knock. Not a shift. Not a signal. But perhaps a conversation starter? You light a small oil lamp. The scent of time and despair fills the room. You lie down on your left side, as recommended by a suspiciously enthusiastic Greek doctor who claimed this position coaxes the bowels into reflection. And as you stare at the flickering flame, you think of all the Romans who came before you, slouched in togas, full of barley, dreaming of softness, and all of them, too, whispered the same sacred prayer. Please, just one fig. Let it work. Leave a comment if you've ever sat in silence, bargaining with your intestines. Or drop a like if barley has ever betrayed your trust. It's late afternoon, and the sun is low enough to turn everything in Rome the color of overripe peaches. You should be feeling peaceful. Instead, you're pacing the courtyard, whispering oaths to Jupiter, because you still haven't pooped. This is now no longer just a diet. It's a siege. You've tried the figs. You've recited your bowel-pleasing poems. You even sat on the warm brick again, just in case Mercury's feeling generous today. Nothing. The porridge has hardened into something sacred. You are a statue with regrets. So, you do what any self-respecting Roman would do. You make it someone else's problem. You summon your medicus again. This time, Gellius arrives holding a bundle of dried herbs, tied with a string of goat hair, and a smile that suggests he's excited. Too excited. Today, he says, we perform a purge. You do not like the sound of this. The Roman concept of purging isn't limited to vomiting or fasting. It's a full system reboot. Think of it as ancient Rome's version of hitting factory reset on your body. Except the tools are pine resin, boiled beets, and occasionally, fire. First, he hands you a cup of wormwood tea. It tastes like betrayal. Bitter, acrid, and somehow peppery. Wormwood is believed to stimulate the digestive organs and expel accumulated melancholy. It also causes vivid hallucinations in high doses, which Gellius seems to consider a bonus. Next, he applies a poultice of wild rue and mustard seed to your belly. It's warm, then hot, then too hot. You flinch. He nods. The heat is the poison leaving your loins, he says, completely serious. After that, he pulls out the final tool, a goose feather. You stare at it. It stares back. This, apparently, is to be dipped in castor oil and inserted delicately for stimulation. You consider jumping into the Tiber, eventually, after many apologies, negotiations, and one unfortunate cough. The feather is applied. You lie on your side like a condemned amphora, feeling both shame and the faint stirrings of motion. Something is happening. But whether it's progress or spiritual collapse, you can't yet tell. Meanwhile, Gellius begins chanting softly in Latin. You ask what the words mean. he tells you it's a poem about plums. Now, while this is unfolding, and you're trying to forget everything about the goose, it's important to understand how deeply the Romans linked digestion with morality. A healthy gut was seen as a sign of virtue. A blocked one, weakness, indulgence, possibly treason. Cicero once blamed a political rival's poor judgment on damp intestines. And Pliny the Elder claimed that emperors who suffered from chronic constipation often lost wars. It wasn't a joke. They believed it. Entire campaigns of military failure were blamed on slow digestion. So here you are, propped on a velvet cushion, oiled, steamed, goose-feathered, and praying to avoid becoming a historical metaphor. And then, movement. At first, a rumble, then a shift, then the unmistakable ripple of biological forgiveness. Your eyes widen, your soul detaches briefly from your body to watch the event unfold. You thank Gellius. He bows. He says, "Your humors are realigning." You say, "I need everyone to leave this room." Later, lighter, and emotionally altered, you emerge. There are flowers blooming. Birds are singing. The world is new. You've shed 5 pounds of shame and approximately half your respect for medical professionals. You reward yourself with a single date, savored slowly. You have conquered Rome, or at least your own colon. And this tiny victory is what keeps the whole absurd system going, because every once in a while, something works, and it's glorious, and you forget the porridge, the vinegar, the hallucinated plum poem. You believe again, just long enough to try something worse tomorrow. Leave a comment if you've ever experienced the emotional arc of full-body digestive redemption, or drop a like if you think goose feathers should stay on the goose. You spend the rest of the evening walking around your villa with the reverence of a person who has survived something unspeakable. And in many ways, you have. The feather, the tea, the poem about plums. All of it lives in your memory now, like a series of very polite hauntings. But Rome waits for no one, especially not the newly relieved. Because now, it's time for your social dinner appearance. You groan, quietly, inwardly. You consider faking a headache or blaming Mars retrograde. But no. This invitation comes from a patrician family, and skipping their convivium would be socially fatal. So you drape yourself in your most flattering toga, the one with the extra folds that say modest yet available. And you head out. Roman dinner parties are less about eating and more about endurance theater. You arrive at the domus of your host just before dusk, greeted by the scent of roasted meat and the low, ominous hum of multiple lyres tuning at once. Inside, the triclinium, that's the dining room, but fancier, is arranged with couches, not chairs. You're meant to recline while eating. It's luxurious. It's decadent. It's deeply unkind to your digestion. You take your place. You lean awkwardly on your left elbow, as etiquette demands, and immediately feel like a soggy pretzel. Across from you, a man in a purple-bordered tunic is already chewing on something fried and unlabeled. The courses begin. First, a tray of appetizers, or gustaccio, pickled eggs, tiny sausages, sea urchins, and what looks like a still blinking fish. You politely poke at a stuffed dormouse. It's been coated in honey and sesame seeds. It looks like something you might win at a carnival and immediately regret. Next comes the main course, or prima mensa, and things escalate quickly. A whole roast pig, bursting with sausages, flamingo tongues, peacocks reassembled with their own feathers. You try to take tiny bites. You try to look satisfied. You try not to cry. This is not a meal. This is a show of force. Your host beams as he gestures to each course. Simple tonight, he says. We're fasting tomorrow. You nod slowly. You feel a lump of sausage move with intent. The wine begins to flow. It is mixed with water, because drinking it straight is considered barbaric, and infused with herbs that make it taste like someone boiled a meadow. Conversation drifts toward politics, literature, and, inevitably, body size. One woman remarks that her cousin stopped aging after switching to a diet of fermented radish and sunrise walks. Another claims she's on a new regimen called the Galen Cleanse, which involves broth, yoga, but Roman, and long stares into mirrors. Everyone smiles, nods, praises discipline. Meanwhile, half of them are sneaking extra bites behind linen fans. You excuse yourself to visit the latrine? Not because you need it. Oh, no. You just want to breathe without being judged by a stuffed partridge. Inside the small marble-walled room, there's a stone bench with several holes and a communal sponge on a stick. You stare at it. It stares back. You both agree to pretend you didn't meet. Back at the table, the dessert course begins. Secunda mensa, fruits, nuts, and pastries sweetened with honey and desperation. You nibble a fig tart and consider your ancestors. You wonder if they're proud or weeping. The evening winds down with a symposium, a semi-drunken debate about the meaning of life and whether cabbage makes one philosophical. You participate. You say something wise about restraint. Everyone nods. No one believes you. As the final goblet is raised and the fire dims, you walk home under a sky dusted with stars. You're full, not just in body, but in political obligation. This was never about food. It was about being seen, being judged, being approved of, even if it nearly ended you. You undress, lie flat on your back, and whisper to yourself, never again. You will do it again. In 3 days. For someone's birthday. For someone's ego. Because Roman dieting isn't a solo journey. It's a public spectacle, choreographed around guilt and garnished with shame. Leave a comment if you've ever been praised for not eating while actively chewing under the table, or drop a like if you've ever left a dinner party spiritually full and physically ruined. The morning after the dinner party arrives, with all the gentleness of a Gallic invasion. You wake up face down on a cedar pillow, your stomach puffed out like a disgraced senator, and your mouth still sticky from honeyed almonds and shame. You swore you'd restrain yourself. You made promises to the gods, to your liver, to that fig tart. But in the warm candlelight of the triclinium, discipline melted like goat cheese on a copper tray. And now, you must face the inevitable, the Roman guilt spiral. You drag yourself to the atrium, where your house slave has already set out a small basin of rose water, a folded linen cloth, and, ominously, a scroll titled On the Virtues of Emptiness. It's written by an up-and-coming Stoic named Lucius, who claims you can train hunger like a gladiator trains his sword arm. You consider setting the scroll on fire. Instead, you open it. Let thy stomach be an obedient animal. Lucius writes, tame it with scorn, reward it with silence. What he doesn't mention is that Lucius inherited a vineyard and can afford to skip meals because he snacks on moral superiority. But this is where you are now. Roman self-punishment, not the dramatic, Lash yourself in the forum kind, the quieter sort, the kind that begins with skipping breakfast and ends with sniffing someone else's raisins in the marketplace. You dress in simpler clothes today. No purple edging, no gilded sandals, just a rough wool tunic to signal repentance. You even refuse your usual spritz of cinnamon oil. You want people to see your humility. You want to suffer, visibly. Because in Rome, moderation after indulgence is a carefully curated performance. You don't just fast, you fast with flair. You sigh louder, you walk slower. You quote Seneca at inappropriate times. True wealth is not needing figs, you mutter at a passing fruit vendor. Your friend Decimus visits. He smells like lemon balm and poor decisions. I'm doing the new cleanse, he says, sipping what appears to be heated vinegar mixed with parsley stems. It's called the Cicero cycle. One meal every other day, and I only eat food that casts a shadow. You nod slowly. What about soup? He frowns. It must be thick enough to resist a spear. You don't ask follow-up questions. Together, you head to the market, not to shop, just to observe. This, too, is part of the ritual. Walk among the figs, the dates, the grilled eels on skewers, and resist. It's all about control. If you can gaze at a smoked dormouse and feel nothing, you're a spiritual athlete. Of course, you feel everything. Hunger, regret, craving. You stare too long at a pyramid of chestnuts, and the vendor offers you a sample. You say no. Then circle back 5 minutes later and say no again, with more drama. You spot a group of young aristocrats debating lentils versus chickpeas. One claims chickpeas stimulate rational thought. Another swears lentils cool the liver. You think both sound like lies, but you admire their commitment. Eventually, you return home. Not because you've conquered temptation, but because you're starting to sweat, and you're afraid of fainting in public. You sip water, actual, plain water, which makes you feel both proud and vaguely dirty. You sit on the floor and recite 3 lines from Epictetus about self-discipline. Then you stand up too fast and see stars. You lie down. And this, right here, is the trap. Roman dieting makes failure feel like virtue. If you can't eat, you're disciplined. If you collapse, you're pious. If your skin takes on a grayish hue and your eyes begin to sink, someone will say, you've never looked better. Because here's the secret no one says aloud. Roman beauty favors suffering. You think about that as you drift into a hunger nap. Your breath shallow, your spirit proud, and your brain quietly planning a date with a soft cheese tomorrow. Leave a comment if you've ever punished yourself for enjoying dessert. Or drop a like if you've ever sniffed a meal instead of eating it. Just for the calories. By the time you wake from your hunger nap, the sun is high. Your tongue feels like it's been sandpapered by guilt, and your stomach has begun to digest your memories. But before you can reach for a fig or whisper apologies to a wheel of goat cheese, you remember, today is market inspection day. You groan, deeply, because nothing tests the limits of a Roman diet like walking through the forum's food stalls while pretending not to be alive. You dress carefully, loose tunic, unbelted, so you can breathe through the shame and head into the streets. Rome is alive with the sounds of bargaining, shouting, and goats who clearly have opinions. Spice sellers wave cones of saffron under your nose. Fishmongers slap octopus tentacles on slabs of marble as if daring you to look away. Somewhere, a child is weeping near a vat of olives, You pass by fresh bread, golden and crackling, and tell yourself it's too crunchy to be virtuous. You sniff a tray of roasted pine nuts and mentally draft an essay about renunciation. Then you reach the fruit stalls, and you pause. Because there, piled like treasure, are ripe apricots. They glow in the sun. Their fuzz is so delicate it might be divine intervention. You feel yourself tilt toward them. Your hand moves. The vendor nods encouragingly. You remember your vow of restraint. You buy 7. But here's the trick. You don't eat them. You carry them, like sacred relics, as if simply being near apricots will nourish you. People pass by and admire your self-control. You nod, serene, while internally writing erotic poetry to stone fruit. Then, disaster. You run into Julia. Julia, your cousin by marriage and nemesis by choice. She is glowing, radiant. She smells like myrrh and smugness. "Oh, apricots?" she says. "I thought we weren't doing sugar this month." You smile, tightly. "They're for spiritual reflection." She raises an eyebrow. "Of course. I only eat chickpeas now. Uncooked." You nearly black out. This is what Roman dieting often becomes. Competitive restriction, not who's the healthiest, but who's the most visibly miserable. And Julia plays to win. She once bragged about eating nothing but mint leaves during Saturnalia. Someone nearly slapped her with a turnip. To cope, you wander into the herbalist's tent, a place where all diets eventually go when food fails. You are immediately overwhelmed by the scent of dried flowers and hope. The herbalist, a woman with more wrinkles than tunic, asks what ails you. You say, "Everything." She nods knowingly and begins to mix. She hands you a pouch of dried mallow leaves, said to soften the humors and encourage bowel humility. You ask what that means? She changes the subject. She also offers you a vial of wormwood extract, which you politely decline, remembering the tea from before. She insists. You take it. You may never forgive her. Then, a bottle of something new. Ox bile tonic, aged with fermented quince. For when the stomach rebels, she says. You wonder if rebellion is the natural state of your organs at this point. You leave the market weighted not by food, but by potential. Apricots in one hand, herbs in the other. Your sense of self teetering like a poorly stacked amphora. Back home, you carefully set your apricots on the windowsill. You light a small oil lamp. You brew a tea with the mallow. It smells like wet parchment. You sip it anyway. And as twilight seeps into your villa, you realize something. You have eaten nothing, but you have bought everything. Herbs, promises, pride, and 7 apricots that may never know the inside of your mouth. Because Roman dieting isn't about hunger. It's about control without resolution. You lie down with your arms over your stomach like a tomb statue and whisper, "I didn't crack today. Tomorrow, though, those apricots are toast." Leave a comment if you've ever bought snacks just to feel powerful. Or drop a like if apricots have ever called to you by name. You wake before dawn, summoned not by roosters, but by the sound of an apricot falling to the floor. It rolls, slowly, softly, before coming to rest near your sandal, like an edible omen. You stare at it from the bed, still half swaddled in your linen sheets, and feel a strange sense of reverence. The fruit has chosen its moment. You eat it. No ceremony, no prayers. Just a quiet, defiant bite in the blue-gray stillness of morning. It is, of course, perfect, sweet, soft, sun-warmed even in memory. It dissolves on your tongue like truth, and just like that, the floodgates open. You eat the second apricot with your eyes closed. The third, you tear in half and lick the pit for reasons unknown to logic or dignity. By the time you reach the sixth, you're crouched by the window like Gollum in a toga, whispering apologies to no one. The seventh you save. For now. Out of respect. Afterwards. Belly full of fruit and morality in shreds. You sit in your garden with sticky fingers and contemplate what just happened. You were doing so well. You were restrained. You were glowing with hunger-induced superiority. And then, stone fruit. What is it about soft, seasonal sweetness that unravels weeks of effort? This is when you remember the ancient Roman term gula, gluttony, not just as a sin, but as a condition, a madness, a hunger of the soul. The Stoics warned against it. Cicero wrote essays about resisting it. The priests of Ceres used to whip themselves with fennel stalks if they broke a fast. You consider it, you decide against it. But here's the thing. Gluttony in Rome wasn't always seen as bad. In certain circles, it was almost admirable. A sign that you were wealthy, healthy, and had the digestion of a demigod. Entire careers were built on one's ability to consume obscene amounts of food while maintaining a philosophical frown. Enter the professional eaters. Yes, they existed. Men who could devour 30 oysters without blinking, who trained their stomachs with stretches, small meals every hour, and breathing exercises. Some wore loose robes lined with fig leaves for flexibility. There were even competitive feasts where guests were expected to out-eat each other. The prize? Reputation? Maybe a necklace. Occasionally gout. And to support these endeavors, the Romans developed tools, vomitoria, not actual architectural rooms as the myth claims, but feather sticks, perfumed handkerchiefs, and whispered medical encouragements. If you ate too much, purge, start over, repeat. You sip some watered-down wine and wonder if you've been too hard on yourself. After all, you didn't purge. You didn't throw yourself into a festival of flamingo tongues. You simply ate 6 apricots, quietly, passionately, alone. Perhaps the true madness is not the gluttony, but the guilt, because Roman society demands that you perform your virtue, but never at the expense of your charm. To be truly admired, you must appear disciplined while occasionally indulging in ways that seem accidental. Eat 1 fig too many? Weak. Casually accept a rare honey cake offered by a senator's wife? Elegant, dangerous, desirable. You think of Julia and her uncooked chickpeas. You think of Decimus and his shadow food. And you realize no one is winning this game. They're just hiding their losses better. The 7th apricot stares at you from the table. You eat it, slowly, with a fork, like a senator on his best behavior. Then you rise, wipe your hands, and rejoin the day. Leave a comment if you've ever secretly restarted your diet at 9 o'clock a.m. on a Tuesday, or drop a like if fruit has ever felt like a betrayal and a miracle in the same bite. Mid-morning finds you strolling through the city like a person with nothing to hide, except, perhaps, the faint apricot glow on your lips and the quiet joy in your gut. You've eaten, not publicly, not ceremoniously, but with sincerity, which in Rome is often more dangerous than indulgence. You decide to visit the temple of Asclepius, Rome's god of healing, not for absolution, exactly, but to see if divine healthcare might offer something gentler than Gellius and his goose feather. The temple is located on Tiber Island, reached by a small stone bridge that sways slightly with the crowd's footfall. The morning light reflects off the river, flickering like ancient gilt. You arrive with the sick, the hopeful, and a man selling date cakes outside the gate, which feels spiritually inappropriate. Inside, the temple is cool and dim, perfumed with incense and damp stone. Statues of Asclepius loom, his serpent staff in hand, always watching. A priest offers you a sprig of laurel and a small, sharp look. You're invited to write your ailment on a clay tablet, a Roman version of a hospital intake form. You consider writing, chronic yearning for pastry. Instead, you etch, indigestion, identity confusion, body image turmoil. Then drop the tablet into a box that probably leads nowhere. A young acolyte approaches. Would you like to stay overnight in the healing dormitory? You nod, because why not? You're curious and tired. And let's face it, you haven't slept a full night since the leak incident. You're led into a long, quiet chamber lined with straw pallets. The priest explains, tonight, Asclepius may visit your dreams and offer guidance. You're advised to eat lightly, wear clean linen, and keep your soul open. You lie down. You wait. Nothing happens for hours. Eventually, you dream. You dream of Emperor Hadrian, shirtless, reclining on a couch of clouds, surrounded by figs and existential dread. He tells you to stop counting calories and start counting political enemies. You wake confused, sweating, and craving celery. This is Roman medical mysticism at its finest, part ritual, part placebo, part theatrical nap. And while few left the temple with clear answers, many left with new purpose, or at least a quieter stomach. You thank the priest, donate a small coin, and leave with a handful of dried sage and instructions to chew one leaf every hour until the next equinox. You promise to try. You probably won't. Outside, Rome is loud again. You pass a group of boys racing fig carts, a woman selling bread that smells like forgiveness, and a man shouting about Saturn's influence on digestion. You nod. It all makes sense now. Because Roman health is never just about the body. It's about narrative, ritual, the illusion of control in a world built on chaos, conquest, and questionable poultry. You return home, feeling lighter, not because of the sage, or the sleep, or the celestial emperor in your dream, but because for once you allowed yourself to rest, not purge, not plan, just lie still and be a person. You change into a fresh tunic. You eat a few roasted chickpeas. You stare at the statue in your garden and realize it's missing a toe. You feel strangely okay with that, because maybe perfection was never the point. Leave a comment if you've ever asked the gods for a health plan and gotten emotional clarity instead. Or drop a like if your best nap was also the most confusing moment of your week. It's evening now, and the sun spills over Rome like honey, slow, golden, and slightly sticky. You're walking through the Forum again, this time to attend a small gathering at the domus of a well-regarded Matrona who's known for her poetry, her obsession with hygiene, and her ability to host without ever appearing to eat. This, of course, is a women-only gathering, which means you're experiencing it in the role of an honorary observer, imagining yourself as a guest among them. Because if you want to truly understand the cruelty of Roman dieting, you must step, temporarily, into the sandals of a Roman woman. You enter the peristyle garden, fragrant with roses and judgment. Cushions are arranged in semi-casual perfection. The ladies recline like statues, except for their eyes, which are constantly flicking over each other's wrists, ankles, and, heaven forbid, cheek fullness. In public, Roman women are expected to be modest, elegant, barely visible. In private, they are expected to be flawless. There is no off-season, no bloating allowed, no forgiveness. And no one lives this contradiction more than your host, Livia. Livia is 37, mother of 3, and shaped like a bronze scroll case. Her waist has not expanded since her betrothal, thanks to a diet that consists primarily of boiled cabbage, dried dill, and ice-cold anxiety. She greets you with a kiss to each cheek and a sip of vinegar water. The conversation drifts between topics: temple gossip, the upcoming festival of Vesta, and, inevitably, body complaints. One woman claims her thighs have betrayed her. Another asks if anyone else finds fennel addictive. A third confesses that she accidentally swallowed a whole fig yesterday and spent the afternoon weeping near a statue. You nod solemnly. You understand. Because Roman women are given no space to simply be hungry. Hunger must be cloaked in language, a craving for clarity, a moment of weakness, a prayer to Venus gone sideways. You're handed a small cup of rose petal broth. It's warm. It tastes like disappointment. You sip slowly. Across the garden, 2 younger women are comparing dental powder recipes. Crushed oyster shell versus burnt bread. One claims her breath now smells like virtue. You wonder if virtue smells like ash and mint. The hostess then recites a short poem about restraint. It rhymes. It references cucumbers. You clap. But under the surface of all this quiet control simmers something else. Fear. Fear of aging. Fear of softness. Fear that a single cookie, a single evening of joy, might undo years of perfectly composed starvation. The Roman ideal for women isn't just slimness, it's control. It's silent suffering that looks effortless. And when that suffering becomes too heavy, you simply stop attending gatherings. You become unwell, mysteriously, permanently, forgotten. Some women fight back. One guest, Sabina, laughs too loudly and eats a second almond. Everyone pauses. She shrugs. I've decided to worship Bacchus now, she says. The others laugh, nervously, because everyone knows you can rebel, but only if you're still thin. You look around and wonder how many of these women feel trapped in a marble prison. How many of them dream of being statues not for beauty, but because statues don't eat, don't age, don't fail. You excuse yourself, wander back through the atrium, and catch your reflection in a bronze mirror. You see hunger. You see survival. You see the cost. And you think, maybe you don't need to worship restraint. Maybe you can simply rest. You walk home slowly, the night curling around you like a linen sheet. Somewhere behind you, laughter fades. Somewhere ahead, a warm fig tart waits. Leave a comment if you've ever felt guilty for enjoying food in front of someone else. Or drop a like if you think joy should never require a waist measurement. Night has fully draped itself over Rome now. The air heavy with jasmine and the faint burnt sugar scent of late-night fig vendors. You walk slowly, your steps echoing on stone. Heart softened from the gathering, stomach whispering. We could still eat something. But instead of going home, you turn, almost instinctively, toward the Temple of Venus. It isn't part of your plan. It isn't part of any diet. But tonight, you crave a different kind of affirmation. Not from food, not from restraint, but from the goddess who watches over love, beauty, and the eternal mystery of self-worth. The temple glows in the moonlight. Offerings spill across its steps. Garlands, coins, pomegranate halves, little wax figurines of hearts and hips. A young girl is placing a string of garlic near the altar. You don't ask why. The symbolism feels personal. You step inside and kneel. Alone among marble columns and painted frescoes of Venus rising from the sea, her hips soft and divine, surrounded by dolphins that seem oddly flirtatious. You whisper your prayer, not out loud, just inwardly. Please, let me forgive myself for the fig tart, for the apricots, for wanting to be both light and full, for wanting to be beautiful without earning it through hunger. And somewhere in the stillness, you sense that Venus understands. Because unlike Stoic gods of war or logic, Venus doesn't demand sacrifice. She accepts longing. She understands the cruel gap between how you feel and how you wish to appear. She sees your slightly rounded belly and says, yes. And you drop a single apricot pit onto the altar. It feels fitting. You smile. Outside, the stars are bright, and your footsteps now carry you home. Along the way, you pass a street preacher shouting about bodily perfection. He's shirtless and slightly damp, and no one is listening. You pass him silently and clutch your small pouch of dried fennel seeds, the emergency snack of choice for anyone too holy or too stubborn to admit hunger. You chew a few. They taste like rituals and regret. Back at your villa, you light a single oil lamp and sit by the window. You pull out a worn scroll titled On Divine Proportions. It's a rambling essay that insists the perfect human body mimics the proportions of the Pantheon dome. You've read it 6 times. You still don't know what it means. You don't care. The illustrations are comforting. You lie down on the couch and drape a wool blanket over your legs. A small breeze from the window kisses your forehead. You think of Venus again, not the goddess, but the idea, the symbol, the freedom of softness in a world addicted to edges. And then your thoughts drift toward tomorrow's festival, where the entire city will feast in honor of Saturn, god of plenty. No one will fast. No one will judge. Even Julia will likely eat 3 olives and laugh about it. You wonder what it would feel like to indulge without guilt, to feast and not plan the fast that follows, to be whole, just for a day. Maybe you'll try, or maybe you'll just eat 2 olives this time. On purpose. Leave a comment if you've ever prayed for body peace. Or drop a like if your heart is softer than your abs, and that's exactly how it should be. The morning of the festival arrives like a hush before laughter. The air feels different, lighter, less judgmental, as if even Rome itself has decided to loosen its belt for the day. You wake to the sound of flute players in the street and the smell of bread being baked with actual honey. Not the bitter boiled kind meant for fasting days. The sun is kinder, the breeze more playful. Today, even the gods are said to look away from your plate. It's Saturnalia, and for one glorious day, you are free. You dress not in your modest tunic, but in something brighter, dyed saffron, loose-fitting, meant for lounging and laughter. Even the most stoic senator today wears a ridiculous hat and greets strangers with awkward warmth. Slaves are allowed to speak as equals. Children throw nuts in the streets like edible confetti. And most important of all, you eat. There are tables in every square. piled with roast meats, stuffed dates, fig cakes shaped like animals, and pies too large to carry alone. You start small, just a warm slice of lentil and barley pie. It's seasoned with coriander and something sweet, maybe dried rose hips. You take a bite, then another, then you laugh. Because this, finally, is what Roman food was meant to be. Not punishment, not performance, but joy. You try the roasted hazelnuts, the fried honey fritters, the pickled carrots wrapped in grape leaves. You sip mulled wine, the kind that fogs your thoughts but sharpens your smile. Someone hands you a skewer of grilled mushrooms. You don't ask what's inside. You eat it anyway, and you keep going. You laugh with a street performer who juggles oranges and claims to be descended from Mercury. You dance, badly, with a widow who calls you fig thief. You listen to a child recite an original poem about cheese. It rhymes. It's perfect. For once, no one is watching your waistline. No one is judging your plate. The word fast doesn't exist today. Even Julia is here, barefoot, eating almonds with her fingers and telling everyone she feels reborn. You believe her, just a little. Later in the day, you sit on the steps of a fountain, your hands sticky with honey, your mind calm. You watch as an elderly man feeds a roasted chestnut to a pigeon and calls it his cousin. You don't even question it. Because on this day, the absurd is sacred. And your body, whatever shape it holds, is exactly as the gods intended. The night settles in slowly, like warm oil on tired skin. You walk home slowly, stomach full, soul quiet. The stars blink above, unconcerned with how many olives you've eaten. At home, you light no lamp. You undress by moonlight and lie down without calculating tomorrow's penance. No barley gruel, no vinegar broth, no celery, just you, soft, real, human, fed, because what Roman dieting never understood, but what Saturnalia reveals, is that you were never meant to be a statue. You were made to feel, to feast, to forgive. You close your eyes. Your breath slows. You are full. Let yourself settle now, wherever you are. Sofa, bed, hammock, floor. The world is quieter now, and so are you. The festival still echoes somewhere beyond the edge of sleep. The hum of flutes, the clink of goblets, the giggle of someone who ate one olive too many. Breathe. In through your nose, slow and steady. Let the air fill you, not like barley porridge, not like guilt, but like warmth. Let it sit, and now, let it go, slowly, with peace. Your body, whatever shape it's in, is not an enemy. It doesn't need discipline tonight, just permission. Permission to soften. Permission to stop keeping track. Picture yourself under soft linen sheets in a quiet Roman villa, moonlight sliding over the floor, cool air brushing your cheek. Outside, the city sleeps, bellies full, torches dimmed, even the fountains hushed. No more celery, no more goat bile, no more dreams about feathered interventions. Just quiet, just softness, just the gentle weight of rest pressing against your limbs like an old friend returning. The gods are silent now, not because they're displeased, but because they're watching you sleep, smiling, finally, at ease. And as you drift off, remember, you are more than hunger, more than habits, more than scrolls about virtue and vinegar teas. You are a whole person, breathing, alive, enough. Good night, dear listener. Why life was brutal for women in ancient Rome. Hey guys, tonight we're stepping into sandals you probably wouldn't want to fill. The air smells like olive oil and public drains, and in your tiny Roman home, a baby girl has just been born. You. There's no joyful wail or fireworks, no blue or pink balloons, just a midwife wiping blood from her hands, glancing at your mother, who looks tired. If you're lucky, you'll be wrapped in soft linen. If not, the father might simply look away and leave the decision to fate, or the slave. Because female infants in ancient Rome, disposable. A baby boy is a future. A baby girl is a liability wrapped in swaddling cloth. You cry anyway. That first breath makes it official. You are Roman. You are alive. And the state, your father. And the gods now have plans for your uterus. You're small. You don't know it yet. But your survival is already a surprise. The infant mortality rate is high, and girls were often left out of official family records if no one bothers writing your name down. Did you ever really exist? Your earliest toy is likely a rattle made of clay, not for fun. More to distract you while someone else boils lentils over an open hearth. Your mother? She probably married at 13. She counts your fingers, maybe smiles a little, maybe prays, maybe stares out the door, wondering if she can afford another mouth to feed. She doesn't decide your name. Your father does. He might call you Julia, if he's from the Julian family, or Claudia, or Cornelia. Your name is not yours. It's a label of property, and you are his property. You're fed, barely, swaddled tightly, not out of love, but because people believe your soft baby bones will warp without strict binding. If you're colicky, you'll be hung with amulets or bits of metal to ward off spirits. No one knows what causes illness. Maybe the gods are angry, or a witch passed by your cradle. In any case, you cough, you live, the years pass. You learn to walk across cold stone floors and avoid hot coals. You learn not to speak unless spoken to, unless your family is unusually lenient, which in Rome just means they only hit you with words, not sticks. You see your brothers getting educated, scribbling letters on wax tablets. You're lucky if someone teaches you to read a shopping list. Instead, you learn how to mix flour and water, how to avoid burning the stew, how to keep your tunic clean. You play. Of course. Kids always do. You bounce a pig's bladder like a ball, or toss nuts for luck. You laugh, but always in the background. A shadow looms, the ticking clock of puberty. Your body begins to change, and that means one thing to everyone around you: marriage. And you're not even a teenager yet. Maybe you start to bleed. There's no conversation, no book, no friendly school nurse, just whispered gossip and old cloth. Maybe your mother helps, maybe a slave. But either way, you now wear an invisible label, almost ready to be traded. That's what marriage is here, a transaction. You won't have a crush or a wedding Pinterest board. You'll have a dowry, carefully calculated and negotiated. A man, likely much older, will be chosen for you. His status, not his smile, is what matters. But we're not there yet. You're still in your childhood, even if it's quickly fading. And in the flickering oil lamp light, you might curl up next to your sister or your nursemaid and whisper questions. What is a wedding like? Will it hurt? Will I get to keep my doll? And no, you won't. Your doll will be burned as an offering to the gods on your wedding day. Because that's what girlhood means here. It ends in fire. You dream anyway, of warm figs, of riding a goat cart, of hiding in the laundry to avoid chores. You don't yet know the names of your future children, or the weight of expectation, but they're coming. This world doesn't expect you to change it, just to bear it. You stretch your legs, curled under a wool blanket that smells faintly of smoke and rosemary. Outside, someone's shouting about bread prices. Inside, someone is whispering a prayer to Juno. You close your eyes. And somewhere in the distance, a new bride is being walked toward a man she barely knows. Her feet are bare. Her doll is ash. You'll join her soon. Unless something changes. But what can change? Really? When you're born into a world that decided your limits before you even had a name. We'll walk forward gently into the next room of your Roman life. You're growing now, taller, more aware, a little less naive. You no longer trip over your tunic as often, and your hair's being braided more elaborately each day. But one thing remains unsettlingly unchanged. Your name, or rather, your lack of one. Because in ancient Rome, women didn't really get names like men did. Boys were born with the luxury of identity. Gaius Julius Caesar, for example. A first name, praenomen. A clan name, nomen. And a family line, cognomen. Like a badge, or a family resume. You're just Julia. If your father's a Julius, if he had 10 daughters, congratulations. You're Julia Prima, Julia Secunda, Julia Tertia, and so on. You're not a self. You're a series, a numeric afterthought with a braided bun. Even the slaves have more individuality, nicknames, quirks, reputations whispered behind backs. You are someone's daughter, or someone's wife-to-be. You exist only in relation to someone else. You try to imagine introducing yourself one day. Hi, I'm Julia the Fifth. Not exactly empowering, but this naming system isn't random. It's a feature of control. If your name is always a version of a man's, how can you ever be imagined as anything else? And here's the twist. Even among elite Roman women, identity was an echo. You could be immensely wealthy, influential, even feared, but your public name would still reflect a man's lineage, not your own character. In public records, women vanish into generic labels. Uxor, wife. Philia, daughter. Or just Matrona, the ever-respectable Roman lady. It's odd to think about, lying there on your straw-stuffed mattress. You have thoughts, opinions. Maybe you secretly like the taste of raw turnips or daydream about gladiators. But none of that will ever be engraved on a monument. If you're lucky enough to get one, it'll just say, to Julia, wife of Marcus. She lived with modesty and spun good wool. You haven't even touched a spindle yet. Outside, someone sweeps dust from the doorstep with a bundle of reeds. You watch their rhythm and wonder what it would feel like to have your own rhythm, your own name. One chosen for who you are, not whose you are. Let's pause here. Because this isn't just about names. It's about recognition, visibility, the idea that your story matters, that your scribbled poems or favorite garum recipe aren't just noise in a man's world. It makes you think, if you were born in another time, another culture, would someone have sung your name, written it on a scroll, named a constellation after you? But no. Here, the stars belong to Jupiter and Mars. So you do what Roman girls are trained to do. You adapt. You survive in the spaces between official records. You invent personality in private corners. Maybe you draw something in the wax of your tablet and scrape it away before anyone sees. Maybe you give yourself a secret name just to whisper it at night, a name that's yours alone. It's a small rebellion, but it helps you sleep. Meanwhile, your brother's practicing his speech for school. He's going to learn rhetoric and debate, while you learn silence and discretion. His name will appear in contracts. Yours, if ever mentioned, will just confirm your function in someone else's story. And here's a strange thought to lull you. Roman women, legally, could own property and sign contracts, but without a name of your own. Even that power is ghostly. You might hold the land, but only because someone else, your guardian, your husband, your father, allowed it. The signature might be yours, but the script belongs to Rome. So you sit there, brushing olive oil through your hair, wondering what it means to be remembered, or forgotten, or misremembered. History tends to do that, after all, turn complex lives into footnotes. But not tonight. Tonight, you are remembered. Fully, with sighs and hopes, and that secret name you whispered under your breath once, the one no one else knows. You lie back, tracing patterns on your blanket, thinking how strange it is to live in a world that reveres gods with 20 names, but can't be bothered to give a woman more than one. Don't worry. Soon, you'll be given another role to fill. It comes with a veil and a husband. The veil is scratchy. It itches your forehead and smells faintly of smoke, dust, and the nervous sweat of whoever wore it last. You don't complain. Today is your wedding day. You are 12. In the mirror, a polished piece of metal, bent at the corners. You catch a glimpse of yourself, hair wound tightly into 6 braids, tunic cinched perfectly at the waist, eyes that don't quite know what they're supposed to feel. No one's explained marriage in full, just that it's your duty and your time. There were whispers about blood and obedience, nothing about love. Your childhood ended last night when you laid your doll, your crepuscular, on the household altar and watched it curl in fire. That doll had a name. You don't, really. But that doll did. Now the air smells of oil, ash, and fig cakes. Somewhere outside, a flute is playing badly. Someone's drunk already. The guests arrived early, because a Roman wedding is less about you and more about making a statement. Business, family alliances, public performance. Your marriage is not a celebration of romance. It's a merger. Your new husband is 32. His name is Marcus, and he once saw you in the Forum while inspecting olive prices. You were 10. Now you are his bride. You try to meet his eyes. He tries not to look too eager. No, you don't love him. You don't hate him either. You just exist beside him now. That's enough. You step outside to the cheers of relatives. Everyone smiles like this is normal. It is. In fact, Roman law allows girls to marry at 12. And you're 12 years and 2 months. Practically late by some standards. A little girl, your cousin, grabs your hand and giggles. You'll be a mommy soon. You laugh, politely. You have no idea what that means. The wedding ceremony is called confariatio if you're wealthy, coemptio if you're middle class, or usus if you're poor and practical. Literally, if you just live together long enough. Yours? A modest coemptio, a mock purchase of the bride. You've been symbolically bought, like a really well-behaved goat. Your dowry was measured in silver coins, bolts of fabric, and a small patch of farmland. It was negotiated without your input. Of course, you are the object passed, not the speaker, never the writer. The priest mumbles Latin phrases you barely understand. You nod in the right places. You try not to blink too much. Someone tosses nuts at you. It's supposed to symbolize fertility, but honestly, it just hurts. Then comes the walk. You are led to Marcus's home, his mother's home, really, with a torch lit from your family's hearth. This is symbolic too. You are bringing your fire into his life, and once it's there, your old life is extinguished. You walk slowly. 3 boys play flutes badly. 1 girl carries a sieve over your head. Another shouts bawdy jokes. Roman weddings, for all their formality, love a little chaos. And then you cross the threshold, literally carried across it, to avoid bad luck. You flinch when he lifts you, unsure whether to giggle or hold your breath. You smell his tunic, sweat, and sandalwood. The door closes behind you. Now you're in a new home. Your tutela, your legal guardian, transfers from your father to your husband. You are now in Manu, under the hand of Marcus. Your body, your property, your legal existence, his. You can't own anything independently now. Not that you had much before. But here's the part no one likes to say aloud. Marriage means sex. And you are 12. In theory, the law encourages waiting until you're a bit older. In practice, many husbands don't. Your wedding night is expected to include a consummatio. The priest didn't explain that part. Neither did your mother. But Marcus, thankfully, is patient or tired. He tells you to sleep. You lie on the marital bed, decorated with symbols of fertility, and stare at the ceiling, where a spider is weaving her silent pattern. Maybe she's watching you too. You breathe, in, out. Your chest feels tight. Your feet are cold. The next morning, you rise early, as a Roman wife should. You'll run the household now. Supervise slaves. Maintain order. And eventually, produce children. Preferably boys. That's your job. That's the only job. You are now officially a matrona, which sounds elegant, but mostly just means woman who belongs. You try to remember your doll's name, the one you burned. You wonder if she's still somewhere in the smoke, watching, waiting, hoping for you. And as the household wakes and the sun stretches long over the rooftops, you sip watered wine and press your hands together in your lap. You are married. You did not die. That is counted as success. Next, we'll explore what being a Roman wife really means. Hint, it's not the dream wedding you'd pin on a scroll. You've been married a week now. The veils and laughter are gone. No more nuts thrown. No more flute boys. Just quiet mornings and endless responsibility. Marcus leaves early, his sandals clicking down the stone road. He has business. Something about grain shipments, or a tax dispute, or maybe a cousin who insulted him at dinner last week. You're not sure? You didn't ask. You've learned quickly that curiosity isn't flattering in a Roman wife. You're left behind in the domus. The house is not large, but grand enough. Courtyard, small shrine, 2 grumpy kitchen slaves, and a servant who keeps calling you Domina in a tone that suggests she thinks you're 12. She's correct. You're learning the ropes, rationing wine, inspecting the olive oil for mold, ordering bread, praising the cook's stew, even when it tastes like wet parchment. There's a rhythm to domestic life, a rhythm that wears you down like sandals scraping the same path daily. But let's talk about the unspoken truth no one sews into your wedding tunic: sex. The Roman world is painfully clear about a woman's role in the bedroom. You exist to provide heirs. That's not a poetic metaphor. It's your state-sanctioned purpose. You're expected to be modest, passive, fertile, and quietly grateful. Consent? Roman law didn't consider marital rape a concept. If you're married, your body is legally his. A man's virtues, his masculinity, is celebrated through conquest, in war, in business, in bed. You are one more territory he owns. And here's the contradiction. Roman society was obsessed with female pudicitia, chastity, modesty, virtue. Women were supposed to be pure, silent, and utterly private, while men publicly discussed their conquests over wine and figs. Adultery was practically a hobby for the upper classes, but only one side of the bed had consequences. You've heard the jokes whispered at banquets. A chaste wife? That's just a woman whose lover hasn't arrived yet. Everyone laughs. You smile politely. Let's say Marcus is gentle. Let's pretend he listens. But even then, this is not your choice. The moment he decides, you lie still. Your role is performance. If you show too much interest, you're shamed. If you resist, you're scolded. You are praised for enduring, not enjoying. There's no romantic language for you. No poetry written to your pleasure. Erotic poetry existed. Of course, plenty of it. But it was usually about courtesans, slave girls, or men admiring each other across bathhouse pools. Wives were written about the way one might describe an inherited couch. Fine upholstery, barely used, hopefully useful. It's strange to think how deeply Rome feared a woman's desire. A passionate wife was dangerous, unstable, suspicious. The very idea that you might have your own wants? Terrifying. So you make do. You tidy your appearance. You wear your stola just so. You apply a little lead-based powder to your cheeks, praying it doesn't peel. You look the part. You play the role. Your mother sends a tablet asking if you're pregnant yet. You don't reply. Outside your window, two women are arguing over dates at the market. Their voices rise, fierce and unapologetic. For a moment, you envy them. At least they get to shout. Inside, your world is quiet. Every sound is polite, measured. Except your thoughts. They hum, low and endless, like the bees gathering near the atrium. Let's pause. If you think only modern societies wrestle with ideas of gender, power, and consent, look again at Rome. Look at the legal codes that assumed silence was agreement. Look at the philosophy that declared women naturally weaker, less rational. Look at the poems that sexualized girls younger than you. And then look at you. You sit perfectly still, folding a tunic, nodding as someone complains about dinner. You are the image of Roman domestic peace. But beneath the folds of linen and powdered cheeks, you're wondering, is this it? Is this what womanhood was built to be? There were exceptions. Of course, stories of wives who ran households with iron discipline, matrons who advised generals, even some who bent the rules and wrote poetry under male pseudonyms. But they were the exception, not the rule. And most of their names have faded, like ink in the sun. You close your eyes for a moment. The house smells like bay leaves and boiled lentils. Somewhere, a child laughs in the neighbor's courtyard. You imagine having your own one day, maybe a daughter. You wonder if she'll inherit the same script, or if you'll be brave enough to write her a new one. For now, you fold, you breathe, you endure. But tomorrow brings new demands, new rituals, new expectations wrapped in modesty and myrrh. And as we move forward, you'll see where this quiet performance leads to rooms where women aren't just confined, but erased. The house is not yours. Not really, but you manage it. Each morning, the sunlight seeps through the open atrium, casting watery light across mosaic floors and half-empty amphorae. You rise before it fully brightens. There's bread to portion, wine to inspect, olive oil to judge by clarity, slaves to delegate, linens to shake out, and 1,000 tiny decisions to make without ever once appearing to have opinions. This is your world now. These walls, this air, this quiet hierarchy humming beneath everything. You are the mistress of the household, Domina. A title that sounds important until you realize what it means. You're in charge of keeping the gears turning while remaining invisible. A manager, a ghost with a smile. But don't be fooled. This isn't leisurely homemaking. You are running a business. A small empire. Really. There are accounts to oversee, slaves to discipline, guests to host, herbs to dry, tunics to mend, and cousins who need marriage advice you're barely old enough to give. The daily rhythm is endless and never quite yours. You walk softly, but you are everywhere. There's power here, yes, but the kind that's hard to hold. If something goes wrong, a sour wine, a disrespectful servant, a missing necklace, it's your fault. And if something goes right, well, it's expected. And still, you don't leave. Roman women of respectable class weren't cloistered like later medieval ladies, but your freedom is more illusion than law. You can go outside, in theory, to the market or the temple, but only with permission, only with purpose, only with your head lowered and a veil properly draped, and never alone. Alone invites rumors. Alone makes you suspicious. So most days, you stay. You trace steps from atrium to triclinium, from storeroom to courtyard, wearing grooves in your own life. It's funny how they tell you this is protection, that women belong in the domus for their own safety. That virtue is best guarded in silence and bricks. But isn't a cage still a cage, even if it's carved from marble? You sit on a carved wooden stool, listening to the distant clang of a blacksmith's hammer. There's a fig in your hand, sweet, overripe. You don't bite it. You just hold it. The hours stretch. You have no hobbies, no leisure, no time to stare at clouds or sketch silly faces in wax tablets. Your childhood was burned with your doll. Your adulthood is relentless, stitched from duty and dust. And all around you, surveillance. Everyone watches. Your slaves, your in-laws, your husband's clients. A woman's reputation in Rome is like a clay lamp, useful, but fragile. One crack, one rumor, and you're extinguished. So you watch yourself constantly. You speak softly, smile gently, eat modestly, never drink too much, never laugh too loud. Even your sighs are rehearsed. You envy the women who sell herbs in the market. At least they can shout. You envy the old widow who prays aloud in the temple with no veil. At least she can speak to the gods without apology. You manage your prison politely. That's the Roman way. And yet, there's something quietly revolutionary in your endurance. You begin to notice details. How quickly the cook lies when she forgets the honey. How Marcus furrows his brow when you suggest hiring a second stable boy. How you, despite everything, have started reading the ledgers and understanding them. You're good at this. Too good. Maybe. Because now, people come to you for help. Advice. Arbitration. You handle disputes between slaves. You smooth over your sister-in-law's scandal. You know how to stretch a bag of lentils across 5 days without anyone noticing. You're starting to learn how to navigate this soft cage and maybe even loosen a few bars. But freedom? Not yet. That's not in the script. Instead, you lie in bed at night, staring at the ceiling, listening to the soft drip of water in the impluvium. You imagine walking out the front door without telling anyone, just walking. Sandals scuffing cobblestones, hair unbound. You don't even know where you go. But the fantasy is delicious. If anyone saw you, of course, it would be scandal. But in your mind, you are limitless, light, alive. You blink. The ceiling remains. The house remains. So do you. But tomorrow, you'll try something different. Maybe read Marcus's letters before he does. Maybe ask the steward why the olive harvest is late. Quiet rebellions, because the Roman household may be your cage. But you've learned how to walk its halls without chains rattling. And next, we'll explore what it costs to keep up appearances, and how Roman women literally wore danger on their faces. You're sitting at a bronze mirror, watching your reflection shimmer like a ghost. It's not a good likeness. Roman mirrors distort, bending your features like a puddle in the street. Still, you lean closer, because today is about appearances. And pain, beauty, in Rome, is not optional. It's a duty, a kind of soft armor. And you are expected to be beautiful, not for yourself, of course, but to honor your husband, your household, your ancestors, your gods. A beautiful woman is a moral woman. A dull one, suspicious. So you begin with your face. First, the foundation, not powder. Cerussa, a white paste made of vinegar and lead, yes, lead. Heavy, toxic, sweet-scented poison that cakes across your skin like chalky regret. It clogs your pores and peels your cheeks. But that pale glow, divine. Then come the cheeks. You use fucus, a red dye from seaweed, or maybe a splash of wine residue if you're low on supplies. You blend it with your fingers, staining them crimson for hours. Roman rouge doesn't fade quickly, but that's the point. Next, the eyes. You line them with soot or antimony, dragging the mixture carefully along your lids. Your eyes sting. You keep going. You must look languid, which means sleepy but seductive but respectable. No one explains how all three coexist. Mascara comes from crushed charcoal and goose fat. You wiggle it on with a bone stick. Clumps are common. Smudging is expected. Precision is optional. The goal is to look both powerful and passive. A vision of dignity with a hint of myth. And the eyebrows? Thick is good. Unibrow is better. If yours don't meet in the middle, just draw the bridge. Symmetry is divine. Then you smear your lips with red ochre and beeswax, hoping the wax doesn't melt in the heat. If you're feeling daring or desperate, you might add a dab of rust. The Romans believed it gave a vibrant tint. And tetanus? Probably. You look up. You are perfect. Except your hair. Roman hair is its own battlefield. No gentle brushing here. Your slave twists, tugs, and stabs your scalp with bone pins, arranging your locks into high towers or elaborate knots. You wince. She pulls tighter, You don't complain. Pain means status. Elite women are expected to imitate the hairstyles of empresses, meaning your hair might resemble a tiered cake, a scroll rack, or a small bird's nest. Sometimes it's adorned with ribbons, sometimes with gold, sometimes, horrifyingly, with someone else's hair, purchased from a German slave girl. Perhaps blonde was exotic. Blonde meant expensive. And when your real hair falls out from stress or lead poisoning, you'll simply wear a wig, ideally made of imported locks, because your head might be Roman, but your fashion is global. You think you look older. You hope you look wealthier. You definitely feel heavier. Let's pause and breathe here. The pressure to beautify isn't just cultural. It's political. Roman women were judged constantly, and beauty was seen as a reflection of virtue, of moral correctness. Ugliness, that could be interpreted as spiritual corruption. Yes, really. You were expected to look polished at home, too. Slaves watched, family gossiped. Even your husband might mention, casually, that his friend's wife was quite radiant for a woman with 5 children. And you'd smile, swallow the salt, and add more fucus. But there's rebellion in the mirror, if you know where to look. Some women refused the paint. Philosophers' wives wore plain tunics and bare faces, announcing their virtue through austerity. Others doubled down, spending hours crafting looks that mocked tradition, with towering hairstyles and garish blush that turned whispers into scandal. A performance of femininity so exaggerated, it became protest. You're somewhere in between. You finish your look and walk the colonnade. You pass a statue of Venus and glance sideways at her marble serenity. She's beautiful, of course, and naked. Always naked. You are never allowed that. Your beauty must be clothed, polite, chaste, strategic, and deadly, literally. The lead on your face will seep into your bloodstream. The ash in your eyeliner might cloud your vision. The potions sold by the local cosmete, Rome's version of beauty influencers, contain mercury, lime, or crushed insects. But it's worth it, because every comment from a neighbor, "How radiant you look, Domina," is a lifeline. Every glance from your husband, however absent, is insurance. You remain visible, relevant, secure. For now. At night, you scrub your face with vinegar and crushed bone. Your skin burns. You wince. Your hands smell like the tomb of a sour prince. You climb into bed and wonder if anyone has ever loved a Roman woman who didn't wear her mask. Maybe tomorrow, you won't bother. Or maybe tomorrow, you'll add a little extra rouge, just to feel seen. Next, we step beyond the powder and pins, and into the fantasy of what Roman society really thought women should be. You sit perfectly still. The sunlight spills over the marble floor like poured milk, and your hands rest neatly in your lap, unmoving, palms lightly touching. You have practiced this posture. You've seen it on statues. They call her the Matrona, the ideal Roman woman, draped in virtue, cloaked in silence, polished into perfection, and you are expected to become her. But she doesn't exist. Not really. The Matrona is an invention, a myth carved into marble and stitched into gossip, refined by generations of senators and poets who wanted their wives quiet and their mistresses interesting. She is a woman who weeps, but softly, who labors, but invisibly, who raises children, runs a household, and never once inconveniences anyone by speaking too loudly or aging too fast. Your every movement is measured against her. Sit straighter, walk slower, speak less, never interrupt, never complain, never show anger unless it is beautifully restrained, like an oil painting of a storm seen from behind a thick curtain. You remember standing in front of a statue of a Matrona once, her eyes blank, her lips sealed in stone. Her robe was so heavily draped it looked like she was melting into the pedestal. There was a tiny inscription, chaste, obedient, modest. She brought honor to her husband. That was the praise. That was the pinnacle. You wonder if she screamed when she was alive. If she ever broke a plate or threw a fig at someone's head. Probably not. Or if she did, history smoothed it out like a wrinkle in a scroll. The Roman Matrona was expected to stay indoors, literally and metaphorically. Her reputation must not go out in the street. Her thoughts, her feelings, her past, none of that should be discussed. And if her husband publicly embarrassed her, cheated on her, humiliated her with courtesans and slaves, she was to endure it, gracefully. You might be a Matrona now. You fit the description. Married. Veiled. Running your house like a tired general in a war no one ever praises. But it never quite feels like enough. No one tells you what happens if you fail to meet the standard. They just look at you a little longer than usual. They stop inviting you to dinner. They whisper, the truth. The ideal woman in Rome was a role, not a person. And roles come with scripts. She never left her husband's side. She remained loyal even when he was exiled. She never raised her voice in public. She also never existed. Even the women praised by Roman writers, like Cornelia, mother of the Gracchi, were reduced to slogans. Look at my sons, she supposedly said when asked to show her jewels. Beautiful line, probably never happened. But that's what Rome wanted. Women who were monuments to male greatness. Never the story. Always the side note. You adjust your tunic. A thread has come loose. You think of all the women whose lives unraveled like this, quietly, without ceremony, their ambitions worn down by protocol, their intelligence folded under layers of linen and expectation. You'd like to imagine the Matrona speaking, just once, interrupting a senator with a raised eyebrow and a biting remark. But no, in every bust and bas relief, she remains mute. Her mouth closed, her hands folded, waiting for someone else to tell her story. But not you. Tonight, you listen. You listen to your own breath, the creak of the wooden bench beneath you, the wind rattling the shutters, the quiet sounds of a life contained. And you wonder, how many women lived like this? How many were praised only after they died, when it was safe to admit they mattered? You've begun to notice something strange. The more virtuous a woman was described, the less we actually know about her. She was modest. She was pure. She never caused trouble. All facts that reveal nothing. Her life flattened into a list of virtues, like ingredients on a jar of olive paste. And yet, those very women likely held their families together through famine, argued cleverly behind closed doors, negotiated household alliances, whispered truths into the ears of sons who would later shape laws. The ideal woman in Rome didn't need a voice because she was never meant to speak. You touch your cheek, still faintly stained from yesterday's rouge. You imagine what history would write about you. She was quiet. She was obedient. She kept the floors swept and the slaves in order. But you know better. You know you rolled your eyes during temple. You know you questioned your husband's accounts. You know you have thoughts so sharp they could carve into marble if given the chance. So tonight, you sit like a statue, but not empty. Inside, your mind hums like a hidden scroll. And next, you'll need that inner strength, because pregnancy is coming, and the gods won't be gentle. You're nauseous. Again. It starts in the morning, with a bitter taste in your mouth and a vague sense that your stomach has been filled with boiling lentils. You sip watered wine. You nibble honeyed bread. Nothing helps. The midwife nods with quiet certainty. You're pregnant. You are 14. The household erupts with celebration. Your husband claps your shoulder like a business partner whose investment has finally matured. The slaves smile, perhaps genuinely, perhaps out of survival. Your mother-in-law immediately suggests names, all of them echoing dead relatives. You manage a weak smile between waves of nausea. There is no privacy here. Your body is now a matter of public concern. Everyone is invested in the success of this pregnancy because it isn't just a baby. It's an heir, a guarantee, a symbol, a future. You, however, just want to lie down. But Roman medicine has ideas. You're advised not to ride horses, or bathe too long, or eat cucumbers. Someone suggests tying a piece of coral around your ankle. Another whispers that too much thinking can harm the fetus. Your belly is not just watched, it is mythologized. Midwives visit often. They check your pulse, examine your urine, rub strange ointments into your skin. None of them mention pain. Not yet. Pain is expected. Pain is honorable. Pain is womanhood. But let's talk about childbirth, not the soft-lit version with gentle music and essential oils. No. This is childbirth in ancient Rome, brutal, dangerous, and terrifying. There are no epidurals, no sterile gloves, no doctors as you know them. You'll be assisted by obstetrics, a midwife skilled in herbs and hands, often old, often sharp-tongued. She carries knives, string, sponges soaked in vinegar. She does not ask if you are ready. No one ever asks that. And when labor begins, it begins like a war. You're laid on a low couch, knees drawn, surrounded by women murmuring invocations to Juno Lucina, goddess of childbirth. You scream. You sweat. Someone holds your arms. Someone else tells you to stop crying. It offends the gods. Your pain is sacred, they say. You are becoming something holy. But holiness does not save you. You bleed. You bite down on cloth. The midwife presses her hand hard against your belly. The baby isn't turning. Someone fetches oil. Someone else sharpens a blade. You don't understand. You're too far inside the pain now. And then, if the gods are kind, you hear a cry, not yours. The baby is born, a son. They raise him up, wrapped in rough linen. The household cheers. Your husband sighs in relief. A male heir means security. You mean success. But you are shaking. The afterbirth is torn. You're feverish. Your pulse is too fast. They press herbs to your forehead. You slip in and out of consciousness. You dream of cool rivers and the sound of figs dropping from a tree. The midwife whispers something, but it's far away, like thunder behind a mountain. You live, barely, and that, in Rome, is victory. Childbirth was one of the leading causes of death for women, a roll of the dice with every pregnancy. Some women bore 10 children, others none. The gods were not consistent, neither was medicine, but here you are, alive, nursing, sore, changed. Your body is different now, softer in places, scarred in others. Your husband visits less often. Your belly, once admired, is now ignored. You are mother first, woman second. And yet, in those rare moments of quiet, when the baby is sleeping, when the house is hushed, you feel something unexpected. Pride. Not because of Rome, not because of Marcus, but because you survived, because you endured something unendurable, not with glory or trumpets, but with clenched teeth and raw will. You are a woman in Rome, and you gave life. Tomorrow, you will rise again, feed the baby, oversee the kitchen, smile when spoken to. But tonight, you lie on clean linens, the smell of myrrh in the air, and listen to the slow, steady breath of your newborn. You close your eyes and dream of rivers again. Next, we'll step into the public square, not as a citizen, but as a shadow. The forum is loud, not just with voices, but with footsteps, hooves, wheels, shouting vendors, clanking bronze, and the rhythmic thump of marble columns reverberating gossip through the air. It's the heartbeat of Rome. You are not part of it. You walk through, veiled, flanked by 2 female slaves, eyes lowered. You're here to make an offering at the temple. You do not linger. You do not speak. You do not belong. Because women, in Rome, are not citizens in the way men are. You have no vote, no senate, no office to campaign for. You have no voice in shaping the law, even though you live, and often suffer, by it. You pay taxes. You follow rules. But your only recognized form of power in public is weeping. No, really. You remember the first time you saw a Roman widow at a funeral, wailing into her sleeve with such force it seemed rehearsed. And perhaps it was. Public mourning, for women, is one of the few emotional displays Rome tolerates, expects, even, especially if you're crying for a man. It's theater, yes, but it's also politics. In fact, women's grief had to be regulated by law. There were limits placed on the amount of time one could mourn, specific clothing, no excessive displays. Why? Because sorrow is contagious. Because female emotion, when unleashed, becomes dangerous. Because tears are power. You start to notice it now. Women at funerals weren't just mourning. They were speaking, saying the things they could never say while their husbands were alive, exposing cruelty with sighs, revealing injustice with silence broken only by sobs. There was no vote to cast, but there was a story to cry into the stone. One widow, you hear, even stood at her husband's funeral and listed, aloud, all the ways he had betrayed her. She was applauded. Grief, weaponized. It gives you ideas. Not that you're planning anything. Of course not. But still, you start to understand the language of subtle rebellion, a lowered veil that shifts ever so slightly. A phrase murmured at just the right volume in a crowded street. A statue passed too slowly. Your presence in public space may be limited, but it's still felt. You stop at the temple of Fortuna and light a candle. You pray, not aloud, not even clearly in your own mind, but you pray all the same. For your children, for your breath, for a day when you don't have to explain yourself with silence. Let's linger a moment. Roman law restricted women from holding office, but not from owning property. You know several widows who control vast fortunes. You've seen businesswomen at the docks, yelling about spoiled fish, even slave women who bought their freedom, then others, and ran taverns with better management than half the senators you've met. So the question isn't whether Roman women had power, it's how cleverly they used it while pretending they didn't. You pass a group of young men, loudly discussing the election results. One glances at you, just a flicker, and looks away. You are background. That is your safety, but it is also your shield. And sometimes, your weapon. Because the fewer people notice you, the more you can listen. And watching is a kind of knowing. And knowing. That's where power begins. Later, at home, you share what you've heard in the forum with your husband. He pretends not to be impressed. But the next day, he quotes one of your observations to his client. Without credit. Of course. It doesn't matter. You smile faintly. The words reached where they needed to go. And that's the secret. Roman women learned to speak around the rules. Through mourning. Through marriage. Through suggestion. Through presence so quiet it echoed. So the next time someone says, women had no voice in Rome, you remember the widow who cried the truth into marble, the girl who passed notes in wax, the woman who paid her way out of bondage and bought a tavern by the docks. And you sit beneath the soft flicker of the oil lamp, watching shadows shift on the wall. You haven't spoken in hours, but your thoughts roar. And tomorrow, you'll need that strength. Because next comes something rare and risky. Divorce. You fold your husband's tunic slowly, carefully. The fabric is stiff with salt from his sweat and the faint scent of perfume. Not yours. You pause. Not because you're shocked. Just tired. He's been coming home later, smelling like other people's food, laughing at things you weren't there to hear. His excuses are bland and practiced. Business. Old friends. A short detour. Always said with a shrug, like you're the one being dramatic for noticing. But you do notice, and that's the problem. Because you're a Roman wife, a matrona. And there's a script you're meant to endure. Smile. Accept. Perhaps weep discreetly in the garden if your reputation can afford it. But you're not meant to act. Except now, you are. You're considering divorce? It's legal. After all. Surprisingly so. Roman women could initiate divorce, especially in wealthier classes. Just a simple phrase, tuas res tibi habeto. Take your things and go. That's all it takes. And yet, it's never that simple. You sit in the atrium, sipping tepid wine, watching sunlight flicker through the lattice. Your heart pounds, but your face stays still. You've been trained in composure. Your fingers fold the fabric again. Neater this time. Divorce means risk. You'll lose your status. Maybe your children. Definitely your social protection. You'll be labeled levier mulier, a frivolous woman. People will whisper that you were too proud, too cold, too modern, that you didn't know your place. But if you stay, you vanish. The laws of Rome allow divorce, but they don't soften it. There are no therapists, no mutual agreements, no evenly split estates. Everything becomes calculation. Who gets what? Who tells whom? What version of the story survives? It depends. On who your family is, on whether your dowry was generous, on whether your husband wants to destroy your name out of boredom or pride. There's no love here, just strategy and gossip. Roman society devours scandal like figs at a banquet. The second you leave, Your story is no longer yours. People will ask, did she cheat? Was she infertile? Did she raise her voice? Did she dare show ambition? You consider all of this, and still, you send a message to your father's house, to your lawyer, to the woman who handles dowry negotiations for half the noble families on this side of the river. You whisper the phrase, tuas res tibi habito. It's done. The next morning, the household changes. You're no longer in Manu, under your husband's legal hand. You're independent again, or at least return to your father's protection, if he still lives. You gather your things quietly. A carved comb, your mother's necklace, a scroll of poetry you copied yourself and never showed anyone. You do not cry. That afternoon, you walk through the forum, alone, veiled, heads turn. Some avert their eyes, some stare. You are a divorced woman now, a question mark wrapped in linen, both dangerous and irrelevant. But something strange happens. You breathe easier. You meet other women, some in the same position. One owns a small shop selling wool. Another rents out a room behind the baths. One of them used to be married to a senator. Now she teaches girls how to read in secret. They laugh. You laugh. It's the first time in weeks your face doesn't feel like a statue. Let's reflect. Softly. Roman law allowed flexibility for women, more than some eras that came after. Divorce wasn't forbidden, but reputation was currency, and women had to spend theirs carefully. You had the right to leave a husband, but not always the right to be respected afterward. And yet, so many did. Records, scattered and dusty, mention women who married multiple times, who left abusive husbands, who outlived 3 or 4 spouses and still hosted dinner parties with grace and power. The system was cruel, but some women played it like a flute. You return to your father's house. It's quieter now. You sit by the window and embroider without thinking. A pattern of waves, unending. Your ex-husband sends a messenger. No apology. Just a question. Where is the silver ladle? You send it back, wrapped in silk. No note. Tonight. You light a candle. You whisper a prayer. Not to Juno, not to Venus, but to yourself. To the part of you that made the choice, that dared to say no, even in a language that rarely gave you room to speak. And tomorrow, the sun will rise again, not just on your reputation, but on something smaller and braver, your sense of self. Next, we'll peer into the shadows of the law to see what happens when women don't play the expected role, when desire becomes defiance, when adultery gets dangerous. You know the rumors before they reach your ears. Rome is a city where words walk faster than people. A sideways glance at the bathhouse, a half joke at the wine shop, and suddenly, you're the other woman, whether you did anything or not. Because in Rome, adultery is not just personal, it's criminal. And like all Roman laws, it doesn't weigh evenly on both sides of the bed. Let's say, for a moment, that you did fall in love. Not with your husband, of course not. He was a contract, but with someone unexpected, a poet, maybe, a merchant who remembered your name, a neighbor whose laugh felt like honey after weeks of vinegar. You didn't mean to. You didn't plan it. But there it was. A pulse. A letter slipped beneath a pomegranate basket. A touch. A moment. And now, everything could fall apart. Because under the Lex Julia de Adulterius Coercendus, a law passed by Augustus to restore morality, adultery was not just a shameful secret, it was a punishable offense. For you, not him. If your husband sleeps with a courtesan, no issue. If he visits brothels, standard practice. If he seduces a slave girl, barely raises an eyebrow. But you are held to a higher standard because your body isn't just yours. It's political. It's your family's honor, your husband's pride, a vessel of potential heirs whose bloodlines must remain pure. Get caught, and the consequences are cruel. Exilium, exile, stripped of dowry, sent to a remote island, erased from your household as if you were never there. And if you weren't highborn, worse, sometimes death, always disgrace. And it doesn't require proof, just accusation. Your father could even be the one to bring charges. Legally, he was permitted, obliged, even to kill both lovers if he caught them under his roof. A father's hands washed clean by tradition. A husband, too, could kill, but only under specific circumstances. And you'd be dead either way, literally or socially. You begin to realize Roman marriage was a trap carefully disguised as duty. But some women broke the rules anyway. You think of Julia, the Emperor Augustus's own daughter, exiled for alleged adultery, her name dragged through every forum and fresco. Or Clodia, infamous sister of Publius Clodius, whose wit and scandalous behavior scandalized and seduced poets alike. She was called the Medea of the Palatine. But some suspect she simply read too much and slept too little. There were others, some caught, some not. Women who passed notes in fruit baskets, signaled from balconies, disguised themselves as men to visit lovers in the night. Some were betrayed by slaves, others by sighs, a few by sheer bad luck. You pause at your window now and wonder how many liaisons passed unnoticed. How many statues were dedicated to chaste wives who burned with secrets. But here's the uncomfortable truth. Even without an affair, you're still at risk. A man can accuse you to be rid of you, to keep your dowry, to ruin your father's reputation. You could be innocent and still be punished. Because in Rome, your innocence is not your shield. It's your burden to prove. You sit on the edge of your bed, staring at your hands. You haven't seen your supposed lover in weeks, if he existed at all. But the rumor is out. Your husband looks at you differently. Your slaves whisper more carefully. One woman at the baths refused to sit beside you. You feel the weight of unsaid things pressing on your ribs, so you make yourself smaller, speak less, dress plainer. You stay home. You pray more loudly. Still, the walls seem thinner, the world sharper. Then, something strange happens. Another woman, older, louder, famously unmarried, sits beside you in the garden. She brings olives. She offers none. She says, "They want us chaste, but only if it keeps us quiet. You don't have to be either." You say nothing, but something in you loosens. Because you are tired of playing a game where the rules bend like reeds in favor of the men who wrote them, where desire is criminal and obedience is invisible, where your body is both idolized and weaponized, and you're not the only one. Even now, some women fight back, with words, with silence, with sharp glances across dinner tables that say, "I know what you did. And I remember what I chose not to." You're not planning an affair. Not really. But you are no longer ashamed of having wanted something more. So tonight, you lie in bed and imagine a world where love isn't illegal, where fidelity is chosen, not forced, where men answer to the same gods they invoke to punish you. You dream of justice, and tomorrow you'll meet women who work, not for freedom, but because they have no other choice. And yet, they find something of themselves in the doing. The street smells like garlic, sweat, and wet clay. It's loud, messy, honest. You keep your veil low as you walk past the taverns, past the pottery stalls, past the man selling snails from a wooden tub with no shame whatsoever. You're in a part of Rome you weren't supposed to see, not as a Matrona. But things have changed. You're no longer confined to courtyards and whispered prayers. You've left your husband, or he left you, maybe both. And now, for the first time, you have to understand what it means to work. Because while elite Roman women were expected to be the guardians of virtue, there were plenty of women, most, really, who never had that luxury. Working wasn't rebellion, it was survival. And their world is vivid. You pass a girl no older than you were when you married, balancing a basket of bread on her head, shouting prices like she's haggling with the gods. Her hands are rough, her tunic patched, but her eyes are sharp. She knows every coin, every shortcut, every face that tries to cheat her. Further down, there's a woman selling dyed wool. Her stall smells like vinegar and crushed herbs. She waves you over. You pretend not to hear. You're still learning how to belong here. Not all jobs are respectable. Not all are even legal. There are street performers, women who dance, juggle, recite poetry for a single coin in the hope of another. There are midwives who walk between the worlds of life and death with their linen satchels and no illusions. There are nutresses, wet nurses, paid to feed the children of wealthier women, often while their own babies cry elsewhere. And there are sex workers, Rome's oldest profession, regulated and taxed. Some work from brothels carved into stone alleys. Others are lupae, she-wolves, who stand by the gates at dusk, draped in scarves and strategy. They register their names with the state. They are both protected and condemned. You pass one now. She glances at you, curious, but not unkind. You wonder what she sees. A fallen matron? A newcomer? A mirror? You say nothing. She nods. You move on. And still, there are women who carve out entire businesses. You hear of one who owns 3 apartment blocks, another who runs a garum shop, fermented fish sauce, thick and sticky and wildly profitable. There's even a woman banker, rumored to be richer than most senators. She signs contracts with a firm hand and keeps 2 bodyguards. You sit near a fountain, heart racing, watching all this unfold. For so long, you believed Roman womanhood was defined by what you couldn't do. But here, outside the domus, women are doing everything, and yet, none of it is easy. Working women live on a knife's edge. Too much success, and they're called unfeminine. Too little, and they disappear. If you're too assertive, you're mocked. Too quiet, and you're forgotten. If you succeed, it must be luck. If you fail, it's your fault. Still, they work because work, however brutal, is something to hold, something earned, something that gives you shape in a world determined to blur your edges. You find yourself visiting the wool cellar again. This time, you let her speak. Her voice is thick with accent, hands stained red from dye. She teaches you the price of thread, the art of bartering without blinking. You listen. She offers you a job. You hesitate. Then you nod, because now your days have rhythm. Your hands, purpose. You carry bolts of fabric. You learn to spot real Tyrian purple from the cheap knockoffs. You burn your fingers once, twice. You stop crying after the third time. At night, your muscles ache. You no longer flinch at the sound of coins hitting the counter. You've become someone else, or maybe just more yourself. Let's think. This is not liberation. Not yet. Most working women in Rome still belong to someone. Husbands, patrons, debt collectors. Even freedom has a ceiling. But it's movement. And movement is more than most Roman women ever had. You sit on your rooftop now, watching the stars blink through the fog. Your fingers still smell like vinegar and lanolin. Below, someone plays a reed pipe badly. You close your eyes. Tomorrow, you'll work again, and maybe, just maybe, you'll meet a woman whose job isn't survival, but sacredness. You wake to bells, not street vendors or funeral gongs, but the soft, steady chime of ritual, the kind that floats like incense and settles gently in your bones. Today, you're going somewhere different, not to the market, not to the wool stall, but to a temple, because not all Roman women were confined to cooking pots or dowries. Some were sacred. Let's meet the Vestals. You walk slowly, carefully, past the bustle of the forum, the clatter of carts, and the half-shouted prayers of desperate mothers. The air is warm with baked dust and rosemary. You keep your veil low out of habit, but here, you're not the one drawing attention. They are. 6 women, draped in white, hair bound in intricate loops. Their gaze is level, their pace steady. No man dares touch them. These are the Vestal Virgins, priestesses of Vesta, goddess of the hearth, guardians of the eternal flame. They are revered, respected, feared. And unlike most women in Rome, they have power. Chosen as children, usually between 6 and 10 years old, Vestals are removed from their families and brought to live in the Atrium Vestae. For 30 years, they serve. 10 years to learn, 10 to perform, 10 to teach. After that, they're free. But nothing comes without cost. The training is strict. The rules, stricter. Vestals must remain chaste. Absolutely, unquestioningly. Not just for virtue, but because the health of Rome itself is believed to rest on their purity. If the sacred fire they guard ever goes out, it's seen as a bad omen. If a Vestal is found to have broken her vow of virginity, she is buried alive. Yes, you heard that correctly. A crypt dug just deep enough. A small couch, a lamp, a loaf of bread, and the priest turns away, declaring that the gods will decide her fate. In truth, it's a convenient legal loophole. Romans technically don't execute Vestals. They just entomb them. You try to imagine the fear, the silence, the final breath in a sealed chamber. Cursed not for what you did, but for who you were allowed to become. But let's not linger there. Because while the rules are brutal, the role of a Vestal carries weight. Real influence. Vestals can own property, make wills, and free slaves. Privileges denied to most women. They sit in prime seats at the games. Even the emperor stands if a Vestal enters the room. One story tells of a Vestal interrupting a public execution. She spotted the condemned man in the crowd, raised a hand, and said simply, "He is innocent." And that was that. No debate. He walked free. Their word is law. You sit at the edge of the temple steps now, watching one of the priestesses light a fresh lamp. Her movements are deliberate, almost slow. There's no rush in ritual, just rhythm, certainty. You wonder what her life is like. Does she miss her family? Did she ever want to marry? Does she cry at night, tucked between stone walls, dreaming of figs and songs, and someone whispering her name just once without bowing? Maybe, but maybe not. Maybe she sees her position not as sacrifice, but as armor. Because in a world where most women are property, the Vestal is untouchable. No man can claim her. No household owns her. She exists outside the typical path, like a thread running perpendicular to the weave of Roman womanhood. And even when her term ends, she walks into the world changed. Some marry, though few men are brave enough. Most live out their days in quiet dignity, watching history fold over itself while they stay remembered in temple shadows. You think about that a lot. How the most powerful women in Rome were both visible and voiceless, revered but tightly controlled, sacred but expendable if they faltered. There's something haunting about that balance. Still, tonight, as the lamps are lit and the sky turns amber, you feel the hush of the sacred settling into the stones, a kind of peace. The city beyond the temple blurs. The sound softens. You don't want to be a Vestal, but you respect them, fiercely. Because even within cages made of honor, some women found ways to hold the key. Tomorrow, we'll move from sacred ritual to darker arts, because not every woman in Rome prayed with clean hands. Some stirred pots by moonlight and meant to do more than heal. Tonight smells like something brewing, something thick, sharp, sweet and bitter at once, like rosemary burned too long or wine left out in the sun. The streets are quieter now. Lamps flicker behind shutters. Most Romans are asleep, or pretending to be, but not you. You follow a woman down a side alley. She moves like smoke. No footsteps. No hesitation. She carries a clay jar, half wrapped in linen. You don't ask what's inside. You already know it's not olive oil. This is not a temple visit. This is witchcraft. Well, not officially. The Romans didn't have a single word for witch, but they had plenty of opinions. There was Saga, wise woman, Venefica, poisoner, Striga, night-haunting hags who sucked blood and caused miscarriages. Spoiler, these were often just midwives with bad reputations. Women who knew plants, potions, timing, who mixed mandrake root and belladonna, and maybe, just maybe, something stronger. They weren't always outcasts. Sometimes they were your neighbor, sometimes your cousin, often your only hope. Because when pain came, and it always did, no Roman man had the answer, but she might. You step into the courtyard behind the butcher's stall. A candle flickers in a broken dish. The woman. Her name might be Livia or Lucia or something no one uses anymore, begins to chant. Not loudly, not even clearly. More like humming with purpose. She's making something. A salve for aching joints. Or maybe a love charm. Or maybe something darker. Something to cause stomach turning, vision blurring, bed writhing justice. You don't ask. You don't have to. Because in Rome, magic is illegal. Technically. But only when it's inconvenient. The Lex Cornelia de Sicarius et Veneficis, that mouthful of a law, criminalized poisonings and certain kinds of sorcery. But it was vague. Conveniently vague. Meaning, if a senator's wine went sour after offending the wrong woman, that might be grounds for execution. But if a wealthy matron paid a saga to help with fertility, that was just good sense. Women used magic for the same reason they did everything else in Rome, because nothing else worked, because the law didn't protect them. The gods were silent, and the only path to power was through a pot of herbs and a whispered name. Let's pause here. Magic wasn't just about power. It was about survival, about making something happen in a world designed to keep you passive. You couldn't vote, couldn't plead, couldn't run, but you could curse. You could carve your enemy's name into a lead tablet and toss it into a grave. You could sprinkle dried lizard tail over a doorway. You could wear an amulet shaped like a phallus and believe, truly, that it kept your children safe. And maybe it did. Because belief is its own kind of sorcery. The woman finishes her work. She hands you a small bundle, wrapped in wool, warm to the touch, smelling faintly of mint and iron. You tuck it away, no words exchanged, just a nod. You walk home slowly, the spell, or the placebo, pressing against your ribs. You remember stories. A wife whose abusive husband fell ill after eating lentils she didn't prepare. A courtesan who buried a toad under her rival's doorstep. A slave girl who claimed to see ghosts and was never beaten again. Magic didn't always work, but sometimes it didn't have to. The threat was enough. And yes, some were punished, executed, whipped, exiled. Their crafts called unnatural, dangerous, even treasonous. But more often, they simply vanished. Their names never etched into history. Their spells whispered once and then swallowed by time. But tonight, you remember them, because you are one step closer to understanding what Roman women knew. That power doesn't always shout. Sometimes it simmers. Sometimes it stings. Sometimes it smells like wormwood at midnight and lingers in your hair long after the spell is spent. You reach your doorway, slip inside, blow out the lamp. The bundle rests beneath your pillow. You don't know if it'll work, but you sleep easier anyway. And tomorrow, we'll explore something even more forbidden than poison. Desire. Because some Roman women didn't want husbands. They wanted each other. You find a note tucked inside your tunic. Not written with charcoal or ink. No, too risky, but pressed carefully into a scrap of wax. Folded like laundry. Hidden in the layers of your market basket. You unfold it slowly in your room. Heart suddenly loud in your ears. It reads, "You looked at me. I looked back. That's all." You know who sent it. Her name is Terentia. She sells flowers by the temple gate. Older than you, maybe by 5 or 6 years. Stern eyes, calloused fingers. Always smells faintly of basil. You've passed her dozens of times. But last week, you paused. Only for a breath. Only to admire the deep red of a carnation, the kind Romans say belongs to Mars. She smiled, just barely. You hadn't meant anything by it, but she did. You stare at the wax scrap, reading it again. You feel something in your chest that you haven't felt in a long time. Not fear, not quite hope, just fire. Let's talk about love. Real love. The kind that exists quietly in corners history rarely writes down. Rome allowed a great deal of indulgence, so long as it aligned with power. Men wrote poems about boys and women. Married men took lovers of both sexes. No one blinked. But women? Women loving women. That was harder. Not always illegal, but invisible. Or worse, made into jokes in taverns and tragedies on stage. A woman desiring another woman was seen as unnatural, unfeminine, or simply a phase born from isolation. So the histories don't say much. They weren't looking for it. And what they didn't look for, they often pretended didn't exist. But it did. You begin to notice the way certain women linger near each other in the bathhouse, helping braid each other's hair. The way one widow always speaks of her companion who shares her domus. The poetry scratched faintly into a column at the back of the forum. She kissed like spring tasted. You wonder who wrote that. And now, you think of Terentia. You see her again the next market day. This time, she holds out a sprig of rosemary, says nothing, just looks. You take it. No words needed. You begin to meet in quiet places, shared glances across the forum, slow walks around the long edge of the aqueduct. She never asks questions you can't answer. She never expects declarations, just presence. Your hand brushes hers once. She doesn't pull away. And something about that, the normalcy of it, feels revolutionary. No one would understand. Not your father, not your former husband, not the neighbor who still calls you respectable, with a little too much emphasis. But Terentia does. One night, you share figs. Sticky, overripe, stolen from your own pantry. She laughs. You've never heard her laugh like that. You ask her why she never married. She shrugs. Why pretend to want what I never did? You sit in the quiet that follows. No explanation needed. Let's pause here, gently, because even in a world that worshipped control, some women chose otherwise. Quiet rebellions, hidden notes, shared gardens, even the poet Sulpicia, one of the few Roman women whose love poems survived, wrote about desire with startling honesty. She wrote of wanting someone so badly she didn't care what people thought. She didn't whisper. She declared. Maybe she had her own Terentia. Maybe she wrote in code. Maybe someone found her words centuries later and didn't understand. But you do. You're not foolish. You know this can't last forever. Terentia talks sometimes about moving south, near Capua. She has family there. Land. Grapes. She says the air smells like crushed thyme and sea salt. You wonder if you'll go with her. Or if you'll just remember her when the wind shifts and your fingers still smell like rosemary. Either way, tonight, you lie down on clean linen, the wax note tucked beneath your pillow, and you smile, because for once, your story didn't belong to anyone else. Next, we'll hear about women who weren't satisfied with silence or secrets, women who bent history itself. You're older now. Not old, but seasoned, like a well-used amphora. Your voice has a little edge. Your steps are more deliberate. And people, shockingly, start to listen when you speak. It surprises even you. You were raised in the shadows, trained in veils and silences, in glances and gestures, and holding your tongue like a prayer. But something shifted. Somewhere between the wool stall and the temple stairs, you found a voice. And now, you find others who did too. Women who didn't whisper their resistance. They declared it loudly, in marble, in letters, in law. You hear their names, like distant thunder over the hills. Agrippina, Fulvia, Hypatia, Boudica, some Roman, some not, all extraordinary. Let's meet a few. Take Agrippina the Younger, sister of Caligula, niece and wife of Claudius, yes, both, and mother of Nero. A woman who maneuvered through court politics like a shark in still water. She wrote her own memoirs, lost to time, of course, and wielded real power as an advisor. For a while, she was so visible. Her image appeared on coins. Her face, mind you, not her husband's, not her son's, her downfall. She got too close to the fire, tried to keep Nero on a leash. He, in turn, tried to kill her, first by capsizing a boat. When she swam to shore, bruised but breathing, he sent assassins. Her final words? Reportedly, strike my womb first. A woman who knew exactly what Rome feared most, her ability to create emperors. Then there's Fulvia, not a household name now, but once feared and hated. She marched armies, funded wars. She even had her dead enemy's head, Cicero, nailed to the rostra and allegedly pierced his tongue with a hairpin. Petty? Possibly. Iconic? Absolutely. She wasn't even born into nobility. She married smart, played the politics better than most men. And when people complained she had too much power, she didn't deny it. She leaned in. You think of that sometimes when someone says you speak too boldly. And of course, there were women like Hypatia, not Roman, Alexandrian, a philosopher, mathematician, and teacher. Men came from all over the empire to hear her speak. She wore robes like a priest, rode a chariot like a senator, and taught logic with the kind of clarity that made men uncomfortable. Her end was gruesome, torn apart by a Christian mob during a political uprising. But her ideas lingered, like candle smoke in a sealed room. Not every woman fought with armies. Some used pens, needles, coins, reputation. They wrote poems under male names. They passed laws through sons they raised like senators. They kept diaries hidden in walls and prayers folded into their daughters' dowries. They learned to speak in echoes and lead without leaving footprints. And some didn't wait for permission, like Boudica, queen of the Iceni, who led a rebellion so fierce that Roman historians had to admit her power even as they tried to diminish her. She burned cities, slaughtered legions, made generals tremble. Rome eventually crushed her rebellion, but her story still survives. That's the real victory. You wonder if Rome ever knew how many revolutions began in kitchens, courtyards, and back rooms of temples. Probably not, because the women who truly bent history didn't do it with statues. They did it with stubborn breath, with the refusal to disappear. And now you sit in your own corner of this crumbling empire, a courtyard overgrown with vines, a bowl of olives half eaten beside you. You run a household, or maybe a shop, maybe both. Young women come to you for advice. You don't flatter them, but you listen. You speak in full sentences now. You look men in the eye. You walk through the forum without flinching. You've become dangerous, not because you carry a blade or curse names in lead, but because you remember all of it. The births, the bruises, the wax notes and the rosemary and the nights you wanted to vanish. And you're still here. You smile at the next girl who passes your door. You hand her a cup of water. She thanks you too softly. You recognize that hush. And so you tell her, speak louder next time. They'll listen eventually. Next, we'll see what happens when even death can't silence you. How Roman women were remembered or quietly erased. Your name is not carved in stone. Not yet. But you walk past stones every day. Grave markers, crumbling columns, temple dedications, and you know that most of them speak only of men. senators, generals, merchants, freedmen who made something of themselves, their names, their deeds, their glory. And the women, wife of, daughter of, she lived with modesty and spun wool. That one again, always spinning wool. It's strange. Really? How even in death, Roman women were defined by what they did for others. A good woman raised children. A good woman kept quiet. A good woman stayed within the walls of the domus. And when she died, left behind a perfectly ordinary epitaph. You wonder what they really wanted their tombstones to say. Maybe she dreamed of sailing. Or she was cleverer than her brother, but never allowed to prove it. Maybe just, she lived. She felt everything. Let's take a walk through the necropolis, the city of the dead. Not the grand tombs near the Via Appia, where emperors and patricians sleep under marble pillows, but the small graves, the ones half covered in moss, the ones no one visits anymore. Here lies Claudia. Her inscription says she was beautiful, walked with grace, kept the house. Her husband's name is in bigger letters. You wonder if anyone asked her if she even liked the house. Here's Pompeia Justa, a freedwoman. Her tomb says she earned her freedom and paid for this grave herself. That's rare. That's powerful. And here, tucked away behind a cracked wall, Flavia Secunda. Nothing else. No virtues listed, no family named, just her name, which, in a way, is everything. Because so many didn't even get that. Roman girls who died before puberty were often buried without ceremony. Poor women were placed in mass graves. Slave women, unless freed, were property in life, in silence and death. And yet, traces remain. A scratched prayer for a dead sister on a tile shard, a faded mural of two women holding hands beneath a fig tree, a ring with the initials of a girl who probably never owned anything else. Sometimes, the dead speak softly. You sit on a stone ledge and run your fingers along a worn epitaph. It's almost unreadable, but you can make out Carissima. Dearest one. That word catches you. Someone once cared deeply, enough to pay a stonemason, enough to inscribe a memory into rock, knowing time would eventually wear it down. But still, they tried. And that's what memory is, in the end, a quiet rebellion against forgetting. You think about what your own epitaph would be, what you'd want written, not what society expects, not chaste, obedient, modest, but something true, something crooked at the edges, with laughter tucked inside. Maybe she endured more than she said. She changed her story halfway through. She left behind no sons, but many whispers. Or maybe nothing. Just a space for someone to light a lamp and remember you existed. Let's reflect gently. Roman women were not, by design, remembered. They were meant to be bridges between fathers and sons, beautiful shadows, fertile silence. But they left marks anyway, in letters, in recipes, in curses scratched on amphorae and names stitched into tunics. You find yourself humming an old lullaby, one your mother sang, one her mother sang. No one ever wrote it down, but it survived. That's its own kind of legacy. Because not every story needs marble. Some are passed in glances, in smiles, in the fact that you are still here, still listening, still wondering what else they tried to tell you beneath all that dust. Next, we'll step even further back, before veils, before weddings, into the small, bright world of Roman girlhood, where everything was still play, and the shadow hadn't fallen yet. You're running, barefoot, across uneven stone, skirt hitched above your knees, breath short but light. Behind you, two other girls are shrieking with laughter. One throws a walnut at your back. It misses. She swears, then giggles. You feel invincible. This is girlhood. Before the veils, before the blood, before the bride price and the careful folding of hands. This moment, this burst of sun-warmed air and sweat-slicked skin is yours. You're about 8, maybe 9. Your doll, with clay hands and woolen hair, is tucked under your arm. Her name changes weekly. Sometimes she's a noblewoman, sometimes a gladiator, sometimes both. She listens to your secrets and never judges. Your world is small, but complete. A courtyard, a fountain with chipped lions, a fig tree that drops fruit too early, a turtle that belongs to no one, but shows up whenever there's shade, and laughter, the kind that echoes off stone and never quite disappears. Girlhood in ancient Rome was fleeting. You weren't a citizen. You weren't a property. You were in between, but you still had songs. You remember one now. Something silly, sung in rounds with claps and stomps. Spin the wheel, thread the line. Tell me who will make you mine. Fisher, baker, charioteer, will he kiss you? Not this year. You sang it with sticky fingers and jammed toes, and every time, the girls fell over laughing. The rhyme had no real power, but it felt like it did, like magic in meter, like prophecy. There were other games. Knucklebones tossed in arcs through the air. Doll weddings with borrowed herbs for bouquets. Races that ended in scraped knees and olive oil rubs from someone's grandmother. There was pretend cooking, pretend marrying, pretend funerals for dead lizards. You practiced life like it was theater, because you didn't know yet how short the rehearsal was. No one tells Roman girls how quickly things change, how the doll you cherish will be burned on your wedding day, how the dress-up veil will one day be real and heavy, how your voice, now loud and clear, will be trained to quiet itself like a lamp turned low. But for now, you are noisy, wild, glorious. You notice the small things, how warm the tiles are in late afternoon, how bees make lazy circles above broken pomegranates, how your mother's bracelets clink like music when she forgets you're watching. There's learning too, but not the kind your brother gets. He studies rhetoric. You learn how to mix herbs for stomach aches, how to stretch wool without snapping it, how to smile at guests and not eat too much bread at dinner. It's not school. It's a soft conditioning. Still, you find cleverness anyway. You listen in on adult conversations, mimic their tone, quote phrases you don't yet understand just to see someone raise an eyebrow. You feel your intelligence like a secret muscle, not yet allowed to flex, but quietly growing. And sometimes, at night, you lie on the roof tiles with your sister and count stars. You make up names for them. She says one is Juno's pearl. You say another is a lost fish. You don't know constellations, but you know longing. You don't know what for? Let's pause here. Girlhood is often romanticized, as if it's a floating dream of ribboned hair and skipped steps. But even now, you feel the edges creeping in, the stares, the warnings. The day someone says, you shouldn't play like that anymore. Still, you resist. You sneak out anyway. You race anyway. You hold your doll tight and imagine a future not written by someone else's hand. Maybe you'll be a midwife, or a merchant, or a poet who never marries and lives with a goose. You don't know the word for ambition, but you feel it. the ache of more. And even as you age, this part of you lingers. The girl who ran, who sang, who whispered to the stars and never once asked permission. She's still in you. Tonight, you lie back in your bed, older, wiser, maybe even a little bitter. But the memory of your doll's name still makes you smile. You whisper it to the ceiling, just once, because girlhood may have ended, but it never truly vanished. Next, we'll face the full weight of the world again. How Roman women were blamed for nearly everything. Even when the harvest failed, you burned the bread. Just once. It was too hot. The fire flared too fast. The ash got in your eyes, and someone called your name right as you were checking the dough. The crust turned black, brittle. The smell curled in the air like guilt. And now, somehow, it's your fault that the gods are angry. That's how it always begins. One mistake, one moment, one failed ritual, and suddenly, everything is your fault. The harvest is bad this year. Grain spoiled, grapes shriveled, barley stunted in the sun. The temple priests say it's the fault of the people. A lapse in devotion, a sign of impurity. Then they look at you. Not personally, of course, not always, but you, women, collectively, broadly, eternally. Because Roman society, for all its grandeur, was built on the fragile scaffolding of superstition, and whenever that scaffolding wobbled, women bore the weight. Let's look closer. You remember the stories of Lucretia, the paragon of Roman virtue, whose assault and suicide sparked the overthrow of a king. A woman's pain became a nation's moral pivot. Or Tullia, the daughter who drove her chariot over her father's corpse, used for generations as a symbol of unnatural female ambition. This is what happens, they said, when women step beyond their place. Then there's the Bacchanalia affair. In 186 BCE, panic erupted when it was discovered that women, mostly women, were participating in secret rites of Bacchus. The Senate lost its mind. Orgies, plots, murders in the dark. They passed the Senatus Consultum de Bacchanalibus, shutting down the cult with stunning speed. Hundreds arrested, some executed, most silenced. Were the rites truly dangerous? Possibly. But also, possibly not. The real threat? Women gathering in private, outside male control. Women sharing wine, secrets, influence. That was more terrifying than any god. And so, once again, the lesson: if something goes wrong, blame the women. Your husband falls ill? Must have been a jealous wife's curse. A soldier deserts? He was seduced by a manipulative woman. A child dies in the womb. The mother must have displeased the gods. A temple collapses in an earthquake. A Vestal must have broken her vow. You see the pattern. Women in Rome were expected to be vessels of stability. But the moment stability cracked, they became the scapegoats. You feel it even now. The way your mother-in-law watches you when the stew boils too fast. The way neighbors whisper when your monthly bleeding doesn't align with theirs. The way, when tragedy strikes, people search the faces of women before they ever question the men. Because to be Roman and female is to be the moral sponge of society. You are soaked with everyone else's sins. But what happens when you push back? You remember the story of a woman, her name mostly forgotten, who was accused of poisoning her husband. She stood in court and said, "Perhaps I did. Perhaps I did not. But why is the city more concerned with my marriage than its own corruption?" She was executed, of course. But the quote lingers. You think of the women who carried water for sacrifices, always blamed if the gods did not respond. You think of the midwives accused when a baby didn't survive, the cooks scolded for fevers that followed dinner, the weavers blamed for thread that snapped in the cold. And then you think of yourself, still here, still upright, still spinning wool, or selling figs, or raising a son who already questions why his tutor speaks louder to him than to your daughter. And you decide, quietly, dangerously, not to accept the blame anymore. Next time the bread burns, you'll shrug. Next time the oil spoils, you'll laugh. Next time someone asks why Jupiter hasn't sent rain, you'll say, maybe he's busy. Let's pause gently. Blame has always been a tool, a leash, a mirror turned toward women and angled just enough to distort. But you've learned to see through it, to name it, to hand it back. Because you know now what Roman law would never admit. You are not the source of society's rot. You are just the one expected to clean it up. And next, we'll return to where we began. To the quiet morning, the same roof, the same breath, but with new eyes. And one final whisper from Rome. You wake before the light. The air is cool, still thick with the quiet that clings to cities just before dawn. The floor beneath your feet is cold, and the blanket smells faintly of lavender and smoke. You move slowly, not from pain, not today, but from the weight of knowing what the day will bring, because you've lived through all of it now. Marriage, motherhood, mourning, shame, freedom, some of it in that order, some not. The past clings to you like a tunic you've worn too long, stretched in the shoulders, patched at the hem, but you don't throw it away. It's yours. You wear it anyway. You sit near the window and press your fingers against the clay sill. It's warm already. Rome is waking. You hear a street vendor shout something about onions. A cart creaks by. Someone coughs, then laughs. And in the midst of it, you breathe. No one calls your name. No child cries. No husband grumbles. No slave waits for instructions. Not today. You are alone, and it's not terrifying anymore. It's peaceful, like the silence in a temple after the priests have gone. You've been so many versions of yourself. A girl with a wax doll, a bride who tried not to flinch, a wife who smiled when she was tired, a mother who nearly died, a woman accused, a woman forgotten, a woman remembered. Now, you are simply yourself. You stand in the mirror and notice the lines near your mouth. You like them. They look like parentheses, little reminders that something important lived between them. You eat a fig with both hands, juice dripping down your wrist, and no one tells you to sit properly. You hum a childhood tune that once was forbidden in funerals because it made people laugh. You hum it anyway. The day unfolds. You open the shutters. A pigeon flaps off. You let the sun in. A neighbor greets you, respectfully. Now, a young girl asks you about herbs for cramps. You give her a recipe and a wink. You see two lovers holding hands behind a cart, both women. You don't interrupt. You live. And this is what history so often forgets to write down. The living, the quiet continuation, the after, the breath. No statues will bear your face. No historian will quote your daily decisions. You'll be a line in a census, a note in a will, a name scratched on a wall, maybe. But you know what you carried, what you survived, what you forgave, what you refuse to carry any longer. And somewhere in the city, another girl is born, wrapped in linen, cried over, prayed for. Someone will teach her to sew, to spin, to serve. But maybe, just maybe, she'll find your story or whisper your name without knowing why, and she'll live a little louder because of it. So now, you lie back, let the room settle, let the story soften in your chest. The air is still. Somewhere, a dog barks once, faintly. A cart rolls by in the distance, its rhythm low and steady, like the last heartbeat of the day. You've walked through the life of a Roman woman, slowly, deliberately, feeling the weight of her world with each step, the scratch of wool, the pull of duty, the hush of expectation, the fire of defiance. She endured so much, more than the marble statues ever suggest. But she also laughed. She dreamed. She kissed her children good night. She burned the bread and lived anyway. And now, you carry that memory with you. The names may fade, the laws may crumble, the temples may crack under the weight of centuries, but the stories remain, in whispers, in footsteps, in the quiet grace of survival. You are not her, and yet you are. In some ways, in the small, defiant thoughts you keep, in the way you look at the world and question who wrote the rules, in the way you breathe slowly now, deeply, allowing yourself to rest. The city of Rome still sleeps beneath layers of time, and so will you. The shutters are closed. The air is cool. The light is gone. The past has curled up beside you like a gentle animal, no longer growling, just keeping watch. You are safe. You are still. And for tonight, you are allowed to forget everything but the softness of your pillow and the weight of your own breathing. Let it slow. Let it all drift. Let sleep take you where even history cannot follow. Hey guys, tonight we begin with something soft, sour, and slightly absurd. You've woken up inside a Roman villa in the year 112 CE, and your stomach is already in revolt. Not from disease or famine, but from the 6-course dinner you inhaled last night while reclining sideways in a toga that hasn't been washed since Trajan's last birthday. You don't feel well, and you shouldn't, because what you ate was never meant for humans, or at least not that many of them in one sitting. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you're at it, drop your current location and local time in the comments. I always love seeing where and when you're tuning in from. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. There were honey-glazed dormice, deep-fried flamingo tongues, fermented fish sauce with fermented more fish sauce on top, and something the cook insisted was a vegetable. You're skeptical. It crunched like a beetle and smelled like ambition. Still, you ate it because everyone else was eating, and you didn't want to be that guest. You burped in iambic pentameter, waved at your host, and immediately regretted everything about your existence. Now, as the sunlight slinks in through an expensive silk curtain, your body lies in bloated rebellion. You are full, Roman full, which is not the same as, oh, I had a bit too much full. Roman full is a spiritual state. It's the level of discomfort where you question your life choices, your gods, and your will to survive the morning. And that, dear listener, is exactly where your diet begins. You are not obese yet, but you are puffed, puffy, prosperous looking. And that's a problem in a society where leisure and gluttony are normal, unless you let it show. So, naturally, the solution isn't moderation, it's panic. You glance at the bronze mirror beside your sleeping couch. It shows a face that could launch 1,000 amphorae. But right now, it mostly screams salt retention. You remember something your physician/philosopher muttered last week about balancing your humors and how bile can build up if you enjoy too much goose liver. You'll do better today. You swear. You'll skip second breakfast. Maybe go light on the fig stuffed eel. You'll only drink 5 goblets of diluted wine instead of 7. But first, you must survive standing up. Getting out of bed is its own Olympic sport. You're tangled in a sheet stiffened with olive oil residue and last week's grape pulp. The floor is cold mosaic tile. Beautiful, but brutally unforgiving. You wobble upright like a toga-wrapped duck and shuffle toward the latrine with the elegance of a wounded centurion. Along the way, you pass your slave. He's holding your sandals and not making eye contact. Smart man. He's also mentally noting your bloat, your complexion, and the way your belt is now on its loosest notch. His job isn't just to serve you, it's to track your visible failure to live up to aesthetic ideals sculpted by dead Greeks. This, of course, is only the beginning. Your day will be a fever dream of attempted restraint, medical guesswork, bodily discomfort, and social comparison. Because Roman dieting isn't about health, it's about reputation. And the only thing worse than being fat is being obviously fat. Subtle chins may pass, but if your tunic tent poles out like a sail, oh no, scandal. And yet, here's the irony. No one expects you to be healthy. No one even has a concept of calories. That's not invented yet. What they have are Galenic theories about bile, phlegm, and whether your spleen is feeling moist, which is a fun way of saying you're going to suffer today, because the cure is always worse than the condition. You sigh, suck in your gut, and prepare for another day of ancient nutritional warfare. So, welcome to your Roman weight loss journey.